I have now got 12, 24 batteries. That's the aim, man. That is the aim. And they're Duracell, not the pony. Getting warm. Getting warm. I brought the coat out, so that's why it won't rain. Alright, I've got the big one out. It's like that guy that brings the umbrella in, like, it's such an idiot, why would you do that? Have you not got a piece of paper to run a game straight? Yeah. Oh.
But I think it says the same on there. So
I don't understand that either, actually.
this is West Wales against Ireland. Unless they might say it on the website, I think West Wales against Ireland.
That's not very good. Oh. Okay. Oh! He's rocking and rolling, man. He's rocking and rolling. The game is begin. Okay.
No rush, but in your own time, Josh, go whenever you want. But as I say, there's no rush. You don't go to start. But you have people watching, but it's not scheduled to start till 10 o'clock. Just let you know that they're all set here and in your own time.
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Girls Rugby Sevens event here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. We're coming to you live from the Armitage Centre in the south of Manchester, just one of 9 venues across the city which are hosting this fantastic games, and there'll be around 1,600 young athletes competing from England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland in a range of disciplines. Of course, here we're focusing on the Rugby Sevens. Yesterday we saw 4 games, 2 pool games from each pool to kick it all off, but today we really are getting into the to the business of the tournament. There are 12 games across the day. We'll see 8 pool games before 4 quarterfinals at the end of the day, so plenty of Rugby Sevens to get your teeth into. The first game this morning is South East England against North England, so an all-English affair for the first time this tournament, and we'll be bringing that to you in the next couple of minutes. Kick-off indeed just a couple of minutes away, but if you're new to the live stream at any of the events, of course we're streaming all of the sports across the competition live online. If you are new to the competition, then just a few stats. As I mentioned, around 1,600 of the finest young athletes in the country competing in a range of Olympic and Paralympic events, and we'll fill you in on more of that later, including some of the venues, which include the Manchester Aquatic Centre and the National Cycling Centre. But as you can see from the pictures here, the teams are out onto the pitch for the first game of the day. As mentioned, South East against North. South East there in the yellow, playing from left to right against North in purple. Both sides winning their first game yesterday. South East beating West Wales and then North overcoming Ireland a bit later on. Very quickly run through the lineups. So for South East, the squad: Sophie Tandy will wear 1, Jess Breach 2, Boo Wadhams 3, Morgan Freeman 4, Rosanna Moynihan 5, Olivia Ullman 6, Eleanor Perry 7, Holly Brands 8, Taz Bricknell 9, Zoe Harrison 10, Captain Sarah Byrne, who had a fantastic opening day, 11, and Rosie Galligan is 12 for North. Eloise Hayward is 1, Caris Marsh 2, Kelly Smith is 3, Tanya Donkin 4, Tyne Jenkinson 5, Imogen Curl 6, Charlie Wilcox 7, Bella Young 8, Laura Perrin wears 9, Holly Aitchinson 10, Ellie Kildunn 11, and Rachel Woosley, the captain for North, wearing 12. It'll be South East to kick off the first game of 12 today on a bumper Saturday of Rugby Sevens here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. And it's South East to get us underway. Zoe Harrison kicking off from left to right. And North immediately looking to run it back with interest, and a superb step there, spotting a mismatch in the defensive line, but a fine covering tackle there from Zoe Harrison in 10 for South East, but knocked on in the process by North. And the first scrum of the morning here. As Rhys Davies is the referee for this one, and he's just telling the players to hold there, and a set move there. Ball looked as if it may have gone forward, and it certainly has now, off the chest of number 7 Eleanor Perry. And North, though, as they look to spread on the counter-attack, lose possession but backwards, so they can try and go again just on halfway here. Ellie Kildunn stepping this way and that and looking to offload on the ground, so important. And here goes Captain Sarah Byrne for South East. Had such a fantastic opening day, the South East skipper. The referee bringing out for the original infringement. There was a knock-on by both sides, but North the first, so we'll see another scrum. Here you can see on the far side the grandstand already starting to fill up, showing the interest on the middle day here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. There'll be spectators up and down the city watching all the sports, but I'm sure we'll see plenty here today. Nice little move in midfield, and looking to use the overlap now is Sophie Tandy, who bursts through the first tackle. Is brought down by 2 North defenders, and the ball goes loose. Brilliant commitment there from Eleanor Perry on the floor, and the scrum cap to dive on the loose ball. And South East in possession just inside, and now it goes out to Byrne, who looks to free up her hands and give the ball away, but another knock on, and a few handling errors early on in the morning here. Potentially a little bit of morning dew still on the ground, making the ball a bit slippery. Play just stopped very quickly here, so we'll run through, as I mentioned, a bit more about the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. If you are new to them, the Armitage Centre, just one of 9 venues across the city hosting sports. There are 3 sports going on here today. We have judo, the Rugby Sevens here, and hockey, but other sports going on across the competition, including athletics, swimming, wheelchair basketball, fencing, wheelchair tennis, cycling, plenty more besides. So there is the potential that you'll be seeing a lot of future Olympic and Paralympic stars across the weekend, if you can make it down to any of the events, or if not, you can watch, as we mentioned, here on our live streams. And if you don't believe me about potential future Olympians or Paralympians, well, you just need to look at the roll of honour from previous games to realise that that is almost an inevitability. Some of the former stars from these School Games who've gone on to success. Dina Asher-Smith, who impressed so much at the recent World Athletics Championships. Johnny Peacock, of course, a London 2012 Paralympic star, as was Hannah Cockcroft. And the applause there is for Eloise Hayward, who was down for a short while there for North. She's back up there now, and the game will continue. Stoppage in play means we still have just under 5 minutes left of this first half. Still 0-0. South East in the yellow playing from left to right. But it will be North who have the put into the scrum just inside their own 10-metre line. Good push by their opponents. The referee asks for the scrum to be reset. Stolen again by South East. Ball just popping out of the tunnel. But the referee again resetting, and I think this is the 5th or 6th scrum reset we've had across the half so far. Neither side really being able to unleash their attacking play yet, but it might break here for South East. North struggling to compete at the scrum, but now suddenly they've got a break on the right hand side. Ali Kildun breaking, and she gives it brilliantly into Charlie Wilcott, a try scorer yesterday for North, handing it out now to this near side, but South East up well, and that's Sophie Tandy falling on the ball, but North retaining possession well. Wilcock over the ball to try and secure it. Looked potentially as if that was on the ground, but the referee says it's legal, and now South East could have an overlap, but the ball frustratingly goes to ground. Bricknell now. Big hit in midfield. She got the pass off well. And the ball eventually hacked into touch. But a really strong contact in midfield there. I think the supporters in the grandstand on the far side felt that one. It's the first line out of the morning here on that far side. North spent a lot of time in their own half in the first half here, but as of yet, no negatives to report, no points conceded, still 0-0. Wilcock firing it out now, and North's looking to get this back line working. In midfield, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Can they make it count here? And just a little dummy there has opened up space here for number 11, Ellie Kildun, who's been a big feature, and then a lovely sidestep. And she'll be in for the game's first try. A fine way to open the account on day 2 of the Rugby Sevens event here at the Sainsbury 2015 School Day Games. Kildun it was, taking the ball in her own half. Stuttering for a second and then using her pace to go through the gap, and then with Taz Bricknell, the last defender for South East, an outrageous sidestep sending her in under the posts, and it's well converted there from Holly Aitchinson for North, who knocked over a couple of superb kicks yesterday afternoon, and she starts well today to make it 7-0 to North with about 1 minute 40 left in the first half here. Of course, in Rugby Sevens, the team that scores has the restart, so Aitchinson will pick the ball up again and kick towards her opponents. But a fine opening score to get the day underway, and if that doesn't whet your appetite, I don't know what will. Gathered in her own 22 by Sophie Tandy here, stuttering slightly, but then runs into 2 tackles. Wilcock trying to turn the ball over, and has managed to get Tandy to knock on in the contact there. Fantastic work by the North 7. And it'll be a scrum down to North, just starting to have a bit of momentum, gain a bit of momentum in this game and put their foot down potentially. Remember, both of these sides got off to winning starts yesterday, so something's got to give. At the moment, it's North who looking the more likely to keep up their 100% record in the tournament. Carries Marsh, puts in, and the ball pops out of the back, and she gathers before Bracknell falls on her, and that's a lovely step there from Bella Young in midfield. Giving off to Aitchinson, the offload now, and keeping the ball alive. Fantastically looking to spread it out right now, but again, a big tackle in midfield just as the pass was coming in, and it's disoriented this North back line, but they're quickly back into formation, looking to spread it. Aitchinson with the step, keeps the ball alive as well. South East defensive line keeping strong, and North have gone backwards from that original scrum, and it's a lovely step by Kildun, a couple of dummies as well, giving it inside. And still North recycle the ball. And that buzzer, if you heard it, means this will be the last passage of play in this first half, and it comes to nothing. A knock on just as they were getting close, and potentially North will be disappointed that the lead at half-time is only 7 points to 0, because they had some real opportunities towards the end of that first period, but South East defence held strong for all but Ellie Kildun's fine solo effort, meaning that the score at half-time is North 7, South East 0. Quick reminder during the half-time break here that this is the first of a bumper day of Rugby Sevens coming live to you from the Armitage Centre in South Manchester. 12 games all in all, 8 pool games. 2 pools then of course will be divided up. The top 2 teams from both pools will go into the cup knockout stages, and the 3rd and 4th in Pool A and Pool B will go into the bowl stages. So we'll have the quarterfinals from both tournaments this afternoon, and then we'll be back live tomorrow for the conclusion of the tournaments, both semi-finals and then of course the finals before the presentation at the end of the day. Still a long way away yet, and a lot of rugby to be played before then. Both of these sides, after their starts yesterday, will I'm sure have been eyeing up a spot in the cup. At the moment it's North on top here. They lead 7 points to 0. But still very early days. The second half about to get underway then. North's Holly Aitchison will take the restart. Much of the play was in this left-hand half of the field in that first half, so South East will want to make sure that that is the same again as they now play from right to left. Well gathered there on the restart. Oh, tough bounce to take, but it's knocked on as the offload. They're trying to keep the ball alive, both sides here, but often that is leading to handling errors, and it might work for North now. Aitchison gets it out. Lovely pass out to Perrin, and Perrin might go all the way here. She's looking to pass, but she should probably just go herself. Well offloaded. The ball not backwards, or was it forwards off a yellow hand? Referee says play on. And North deep inside South East territory, and then hands on the floor. Desperate defence from South East, and Wilcock takes the quick tap. She gives it to Aitchison. One person outside, that's Kildun, the try scorer from the first half. Can she use her pace again to get outside? Lovely offload to Aitchison, who steps inside. A fine second score for North here, and they're flexing their muscles at the start of the second half. It was nice build-up in the original attack. It looked at first as if Laura Perrin might go all the way. She was tackled close to the try line. Referee though awarding a penalty, and North were ruthless from that. Kildun again played a big part, but it's Holly Aitchison who has really impressed so far this tournament, who goes over for the second of the game. Can she convert her own score? Good contact, but drifting wide. So the score will stay at 12-0 to North. 5.5 minutes left in this second half, and South East now really have to start playing some rugby and find their feet quickly. They started the first half well, but North have come back into it as they did against Ireland yesterday, and in the end running out victors in that one. And at the moment it looks as if they'll be doing so in this clash as well. 12-0 with just over 5 minutes to go. Aitchison with the restart for North. Steph Byrne takes it, Sarah Byrne there. Not backwards on the ground, so South East have a chance to attack on this near side. They've got 3 on 2, lovely step there, and now can she back her pace here? It's number 10, Zoe Harrison, who's done it, and a handoff as well on Aitchison. She's going to go all the way in the corner. Immediate response there from South East, and that's a fine score from Zoe Harrison. Working the numbers on the near touch line. It was a 3 on 2, and Harrison, seeing that the defenders were just holding off waiting for the offload, she sold the dummy, went through, and then had the pace and the power to hand off Aitchison, opposite number 10, to go over in the corner and bring her side back into this game. But it's a tough conversion from this near touch line. Good contact, had the distance, but not the accuracy. Dragged left of the posts, making the score North 12, South East 5 with just under 4 minutes to go, but this game is alive again. Harrison goes back to the restart, and it's missed there by Bella Young, letting it roll into touch. That'll be a line out, I think actually to South. No, touch judge saying it didn't touch Young, and so it will be a line out to North inside their own half. Wilcock takes it and it goes to Perrin, but she's forced back by the line-out jumpers for South East. Stepped well by Aitchison, gets it out to Kildon. Those two have linked up really well so far this morning. But can't get the ball out further to Perrin. It's turnover on the ground by South East here. Can they ship it out to the left? If they can, they potentially have numbers. It's fantastic work here from Freeman, and she's got Moynihan outside. Well tackled, and Aitchison on the ground picks it up but knocks it on. Wadhams now gets it out to Harrison. Byrne running hard through the middle, takes 3 tacklers to bring her down. Can South East use that now? 5 minutes out. Harrison goes herself and stretches and knocks the ball backwards. Does she? Byrne picks it up, and it is a try. Fantastic score again for South East. And both number 10s and 11s are really impressing. Captain Sarah Byrne came up with the ball. She made the original break, taking 3 tacklers with her. Harrison then went herself and just fell short, but Byrne, brilliant pick-up, dived over near the posts. 12-10 with conversion to come. Harrison can't add the extras, so North still lead, but at 12-0 they looked quite comfortable, but South East showing their quality, coming back brilliantly. A lot of resilience here, and with a minute and a half remaining of this second half, it is anyone's game. 2 points in it, 12-10 to North. Taken well by Perrin. At the restart, not backwards there. So North retain possession, but under pressure, and South East going through the middle there. Looks as if it could have been a knock-on, and Perrin gets it out now to Marsh, who ships it out to Wilcock. Knocked on, though, by North. Dangerous position on the edge of their 22 there. And the South East supporters in that far grandstand sensing an opportunity here to nick a win late on. South East electing to have, I was going to say all 3 attackers to the left, but number 3, Boo Wadhams, actually just right behind that scrum, but she does come left here. Can she bring it out wide? She's got Harrison in support, the dummy. It's a lovely run, and now Jess Breach looking to use her power, but knocks it on. Put the ball in one hand, tried to hand off, and wasn't quite able to retain possession. And is that the moment? 15 seconds remaining. North have possession. If they can retain possession and get it off the pitch, they will surely have won the opening game here on day 2 of the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens tournament. Great push there by South East, and they have turned the ball over. And the referee saying it wasn't straight. And he's blown for full time. And it's North's win. In dramatic circumstances here, and the contrasting emotions even at this early stage of the tournament, evident for all to see. Handshakes all round, and that was a fantastic contest, but it's North who edge it. 2 tries either side of half-time from Kildon and Aitchison. Looked to have wrapped it up, but then Harrison and Captain Sarah Byrne scoring in reply for South East. They looked as if they might have been able to grab it late on, but North held out for the win. So the first result on day 2 of the Sevens tournament here is North 12, South East 10. Shannon Tollehay 8, Brittany Hogan is 9, Ima Corrie scored a fantastic try yesterday, is in 10, Yvonne O'Shea 11 and Marie Hopkins 12. The officials, referee will be Paul Adderley with Alex Thomas and Jack Walton. His touch judges, just waiting for the players to take to the field. Look like they're lining up in the marquee on the far side here. It's a glorious day at the Armitage Centre, at least is at the moment. The clouds seeming to fade away, and hopefully that will be conducive to some attacking rugby as the day progresses. It's chilly this morning, but now really warming up, and that reflected by the increasing support on the far touchline. We've got the grandstand almost full now, and then by the looks of things, a lot of school kids who have just arrived to support potentially their school friends on that far side as well. Here we are then, Ireland against West Wales, the second clash this morning, and it'll be Ireland to get us underway from left to right. 5, Chloe Blackmore, the skipper, getting us underway then. West Wales gather, that's a lovely dummy move there, and in behind the back pass, and it's a fantastic offload as well. Rapid start here from West Wales. Bethan Lewis is brought down, but the offload comes, and this could be a stunning opening score for the Wales side. Given out now to Bethan Jones, pulled up just short, but they've got players over. They get it through the hands of Shorey. Kaylee Powell, though, goes herself. What a start for West Wales. I make that the quickest try of the tournament so far. Inside 30 seconds, and it's Kaylee Powell who finished off a flowing move from West Wales. Started brilliantly by Bethan Lewis. She had a big role to play, and Powell, who can't convert her own kick, her own try, should I say, taking the risk of going herself rather than shipping it through their hands, but saw that the defenders were indecisive and dived over. And what a start for the girls in red. They lead 5-0 inside the first minute. Powell will take the restart as well. Low and driven straight into Ireland territory. Brilliant step though, and straight from Yvonne O'Shea. Another player who impressed on the opening day's competition yesterday. Taken into contact, and I'm looking to ship from right to left now with Blackmore, the captain, getting out to English. Kate English there. Pass doesn't go to hand, and it makes it difficult for Scuffield Kate, but she subs an outrageous dummy there to go through the would-be tackle, and then gets back up again. Don't think she was held, but the referee are judging she was. And Wales get the penalty. Powell tapping and going, no stopping to give Ireland time to get back into their lines. The offload goes to ground though. Wales can recycle. Good attacking line, but the Ireland defensive line up well. It's O'Shea who gets up to make the tackle, and then forcing the knock on there from Butchers, the West Wales captain. Ireland with a put into the scrum on their own 10-metre line. Ball pops out quickly, putting pressure on the Irish scrum half, but they've done really well to keep possession. Scuffield Cave looking to ship it out now, and out wide it's Ima Corrie, who scored a fantastic solo effort yesterday morning on that far side. This time they can't find the room to get through, and West Wales stifling any creativity, not letting the Irish out of their sights, and they, I think, will have the put into this scrum. just approaching the halfway mark of this first half, and West Wales still have that 5-0 lead courtesy of Kaylee Powell's try after 30 seconds or so. Perfect team score. And they're looking to stretch the lead further, but Ireland doing really well to come through there and put pressure on. West Wales, they somehow retain possession. And can they use that to their advantage? Attacking running sideways here is number 5, Delyn Alcock, who scored a try yesterday. McCurry brings it down well and then turns the ball over brilliantly. A fantastic effort from the number 10 here, and she's 2 players on her, but has made a good 10 metres there. Fantastic play from the Ireland star. Can they use it to their advantage now? Still a little bit hesitant in midfield, but they've got the ball out wide and they could have an overlap here with Marie Hopkins. She got the pace to go through. Well defended by Wales, but the offload comes now. And is that going to be an equalising score? It's Kate English now who's looking to put on the afterburners. And she's away to score. In under the posts. And potentially that will give Ireland the lead. Another length of the field to score, all started in her own 22 by Oma Corrie, turning the ball over brilliantly and using her strength and stayed on her feet, getting over the gain line, and from there Ireland just got it through the hands. A couple of good offloads, and it's Kate English then using her speed to go from halfway in under the posts. The conversion is missed from in front of the post there from Chloe Blackmore, the Ireland captain. Means the score stays at 5-all with 2 minutes left in this first half. Ireland didn't know when they were beaten yesterday, were quite a way behind their opponents, and then dragged a couple of late tries back, and showing the same again here. They were under the cosh, but have got themselves level here. And a fantastic restart there, deep into West Wales territory, putting them under a lot of pressure. And it's Hopkins who makes the tackle, a brilliant hit. Chloe Blackmore must take credit as well for a fantastic kick, and Ireland now have possession from the line out inside the Wales 22. Taken in at the front of the line out. West Wales stifle it, but Ireland look to have retained possession. But instead, they give away a penalty, and West Wales going quickly. Gathered in the end by Bethan Lewis, and looking to get it through their hands now is Delyn Alcock. Out to Jones here. Carly advertising hoardings. Quick thinking from the Welsh outfit, but just ran out of room on that far side there. Ireland get possession from their own scrum, and a bit of Reva Corrie. Can she use the pace now? She's got outside the last tackler, and I think she probably has the pace to go all the way here. Ima Corrie for a superb solo score. And on the stroke of half-time, Ireland take the lead in this seesaw encounter. Ima Corrie's second try of the tournament. She scored a similar effort yesterday when the Irish lost out to North. Today, she may be on the winning side in this fixture. Superb backing her pace. Simple try in many ways, and a fantastic conversion as well there from skipper Chloe Blackmore. Stretches the Ireland lead to 7 points at the break. 12-5 they lead. A couple of, well, 3 superb tries there, started off by Kaylee Powell for West Wales, finishing a fantastic team effort from inside their 22, and then a couple of solo scores. Kate English and Ima Corrie for Ireland had put them in front. It's 12-5 at the break. A few seconds left of the half-time break then, and we'll quickly, while the players get ready for the second half, preview the next game. That's South West against the Midlands. South West losing out to East Wales yesterday, and the Midlands picking up a last-gasp victory over Scotland in probably the most dramatic game on the opening day. So those two will clash up next here on the live stream of the 2015 Sainsbury's School Games Rugby Sevens event. Still a long way to go in this one. Ireland leading West Wales by 12 points to 5. Reminder as well that if you fancy watching some other sports live streams from all of the various events going on across the city, there's cycling, there's judo, there's athletics, hockey. It's all kicking off across the weekend. Looking out for the stars of British sport for the next 10, 15 years. And maybe we're seeing some future stars on the pitch today. Restart them for West Wales as they look to get back into this game, and Ireland taking it up well. Brittany Hogan there. Kate English, the try scorer, does well to get the ball away, and now it's out to Maureen Hopkins, who finds some space out on the right wing, and once again Ireland are just showing the speed that they have. Tracking back brilliantly is Bethan Jones for Wales, but she won't have the pace to catch the Ireland try scorer. And what we're seeing this morning so far is how to utilise the space on a Rugby Sevens pitch. And the latest person to make the most of it is Mairead Hopkins, and Ireland stretch their lead to 10. 12 points. And Chloe Blackmore stretches it even further now. 19 points to 5. Still a long way to go in this second half, but Ireland seem to have worked out a game plan that is proving highly effective. Speedy players out wide. Hopkins, English and Corrie have all made the most of the room. And as I said, it's showing what you can do in Rugby Sevens if you've got that sheer speed. It's very hard to stop. West Wales now need to get some continuity together. Try and find a way back in. It was Bethan Lewis taking it into contact there. But then the West Wales player diving to the ground to try and secure the ball and giving away a penalty in the process. Blackmore takes the tap and brings it to the left side. It might be intercepted here by Beth Lewis, but instead Ireland have it back, and it's Blackmore, the captain. She's got support from Sabrina Kennedy. It takes two defenders to bring Kennedy down. Recycled again to Hogan. Running straight this time to try and suck in the defenders, potentially get the overlap again. It's proved so effective so far. Ball doesn't go to hand, and Ireland now dropping themselves back behind the 10-metre line. That one looked like it might have gone forward, but referee judging it didn't. So Hogan back in possession, but Ireland have moved a full 20 metres back. What can they make of it from here? Out to Tollehay. Into contact again. Wales doing well to turn it over, and it's Eilish Butchers, the captain, who's managed to ship it out. And now it's Bethan Lewis in the scrap, ball in one hand, trying to find what would have been a superb offload, and the referee said that the ball didn't go forward. And there's a free run in now for Carly Jones. Credit there has to go to Bethan Lewis, a superb offload. Did go to ground, but backwards judged the referee, and Carly Jones picked it up and ran in unopposed to drag her side back into this game. Conversion scuffed, so no conversion. It's 19-10 now to Ireland. West Wales still more than a score behind, but it puts them in a better position. Three minutes to go in the second half. West Wales need 2 more scores if they're to go ahead. Carly Jones has given them a lifeline. Katie Powell, though, will be disappointed with that restart just as they were getting some momentum. Needs a free kick on halfway for the Irish. Pre-planned move potentially, almost worked off. Molly Scuffham Cabe, and looked as if she knocked it on, but the referee saying potentially it was ripped in the tackle. And now the Irish, if they can make the most of this, might leave Wales stinging. Lovely step inside and out from Lee Doran. Awards the try. And that could be the game clincher for Ireland. Conversion missed from Blackmore, but 24-10. With a minute 40 to go. Probably too much for West Wales to do now. Lovely step there from Powell, and she's released her runner out on the wing, which is Caris Lloyd. Doesn't have the pace to get away, but has taken West Wales in to the Ireland half, and they win a penalty. Need to run it quick now if they're to get anything from this game. Powell ships it out to Alcock, out to Lewis. Good tackle, but Lewis has got it back here. She's got Alcock out wide. And the support as well from Beth Lewis. But another knock on, just as West Wales were looking to spark an attack. They're out. The final act of this second game of the day. Ireland from their own scrum have pushed back, but Sabrina Kennedy takes it out wide, and she's backing her pace now on the overlap, and she might have enough to get all the way. What a brilliant covering tackle that was from the West Wales defender. It won't get them the win, but superb defensive work nonetheless. Still, Ireland have ball in hand, and they've really impressed in this game, to be fair. Brilliant recovery from their defeat yesterday to North, and they might have time for one more try. Instead, the ball goes forward. And that will be that. Full-time whistle goes. And Ireland have the victory. It was another entertaining game. Every game has been so far. Some superb early tries. But Ireland pulled clear in that second half, and despite a late reply from West Wales, they never really had enough in the tank to pull themselves back into the game. So victory for Ireland by 24 points to 10.
You sure? Okay, good, just checking. So it's great to see you all, and I hope you're going to enjoy today. And I'm asking you to come and test now. We've got a few sound effects we want to do again. Use your arena. So you've got to know all the rules and all the rugby staples. So for example, we're going to try and score, you know, with Sainsbury. You guys got to sing it swing. There we go. One, two, good. Sorry, Wales now in the Scottish. And if you hear this, there we go. That's all we like to see. So we're going to be using that a few times. So those of you ladies working around, you hear that fanfare, give them a little right again, and start to enjoy it. We'll start to get a little bit of crowd interaction going. It's great to see you all here. It's a full house of rugby, can't tell you that. We sold every single ticket in the seats. So it is a sell-out for the first time ever at the school games. We sold every single ticket. So a big welcome to yourselves.
Games come thick and fast in the Rugby Sevens event here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. You don't have long to wait for the next one. South West against the Midlands up next. The sun out, perfect stage for some running rugby, and we've seen it so far today. A couple of high-scoring clashes and some entertaining sport on show. Hockey and judo also going on the site here at the Armitage Centre, so if you do fancy coming down, there's plenty to see. We're of course focusing here on the Rugby Sevens. Run through the squad list for both sides before they take to the field. For South West, who'll be wearing orange, we have Kat McNaney at 1, Vicky Laughlin is 2, Chantel Miel 3, Brooke Bradley is 4, Maisie Goodmanson 5, Abby Dow 6, Anna Wolf wears 7, Rowan White, the skipper, will wear 8, 9 is Poppy Leach, 10 Millie Wallace, Hannah Luff is 11, and Caris Cox will wear 12. For Midlands, who'll be wearing light blue, Rebecca Herring is 1, Jessica Ball 2, Laura Thomas 3, Brooke Clark 4, Lucy Atwood 5, Ellie Turner is 6, Megan Varley wears 7, Rhiannon Donaghy 8, Sophie Hancock is 9, 10 is Chloe Andrews, 11 Katie Gregory, and 12 is Laura Bezic. The referee for this one, Zach Jones, Kieran Bowerbank and Rhys Davies, his assistants. His touch judges, quick reminder of the results yesterday. South West in their opening game lost to Wales East, but the Midlands won the final game of the afternoon. A close, low-scoring affair. They were losing late on against Scotland. It would have been nip and tuck, but Scotland really flexing their muscles, and then a last gasp break and score gave South West the victory. And both sides take to the field now for their first game of the day, and they'll both understand the importance of victory. Remember the format of the competition: the top 2 teams in both pools head into the Cup quarterfinals, and the 3rd and 4th in both pools head into the Bowl quarterfinals. So plenty of rugby still to play, but of course the aim ultimately is to try and get into that Cup knockout stages. For South West, who lost their first game yesterday, they know really nothing but a victory will do if that is to happen. For the Midlands, well, a victory here could put them in a very strong position to do just that. So South West it'll be to kick off from left to right, should I say? They're packing that left-hand side, so it's perhaps unsurprising which direction the kick went in there from Kat McNaney, but the ball just not running as they'd have hoped. And it will be a line out to the Midlands from the off here. Wind just picking up slightly here at the Armitage Centre in South Manchester, so that might affect a little bit how the sides play. Not sure whether it affected the Midland line out there, but South West have got possession back immediately. They're looking to ship it out to this right-hand side. but the ball lost forwards pretty cheaply, and it'll be a scrum down blue ball. Just like a ball puts it into the scrum, but some opportunism there from the Southwest players means Laughlin has it now, and she's using her pace to get outside the tacklers on this right touch line. Can she go all the way? Midlands getting across really well, forcing her into touch. The first danger sign there from Southwest, turning the ball over at the scrum, using that element of surprise in the counter-attack, and Laughlin showing her pace to get outside the defensive line. Well shepherded though by the girls in blue. Knock on from the line out though, and Southwest will be straight back on the attack from this scrum. Good field position as well, packing that left hand open side. What can they do with it? But instead they go blind side, and it's Vicky Laughlin again. Lovely inside ball. Ball retention fantastic, and the Midlands defenders being sucked in, potentially could have gone out wide. Instead they cut back to the blind side. Does that give a defensive opportunity to the Midlands? Not enough. Because that is the first try of the game for Southwest. Persistence paid there. Looked as if maybe there was more room out to the left-hand side. But they decided to cut back right again, back themselves on the blind side, and Kat McNaney, who will also try to convert her kick, was a successful try scorer. Doesn't have the legs to hit the conversion, but they'll be pleased with their start so far, Southwest. They've had all the play, all the possession, and now that possession has turned into points. Southwest 5, Midlands 0, with 4 minutes of the first half to go. McNaney then scores the try, goes to convert it, and now takes the restart. It's a brilliant kick, actually hanging in the air, but girls in orange just not able to gather it and give themselves another attacking platform. So Midlands will have the scrum just inside their own half, and they'll just want a bit of possession to turn into some points, because they haven't really got their hands on the ball so far in this game. The referee now awarding a free kick to Southwest, saying that the ball was being fed at the scrum. Of course, illegal now to feed it down your own side of the set piece. And can Southwest make the Midlands pay there? Brilliant midfield running from Caris Cox. The hitch kick to get her away, and then the speed to finish it off. And Southwest double their lead. Fantastic score from the number 12. So 10-0 to Southwest after 3.5 minutes, 4.5 minutes should I say, that's my bad maths. And what a reaction we're seeing here from Southwest to their earlier defeat in the competition, losing to East Wales yesterday. Well, certainly no effect from that on them today. They look really strong. And almost a carbon copy as well, actually, from that first restart. We see again Midlands have this scrum on their 10-metre line, but so far their set piece just not being able to give them a platform in the game. And it's turnover again. McNaney going down the blind side, looking outside for Laughlin. Takes the ball into contact instead. Midlands have the ball now, turned over well at the breakdown. But Southwest again pillaging on the floor, and they're not. Their intensity levels, some of the highest we've seen so far in the tournament. Laughlin trying to break down the blind side now. knocked on in the contact. Midlands will just want to clear their lines at the moment. They just can't get their hands on the ball, and when they do, South West are flying into the breakdown, snaffling the ball on the ground and turning it over immediately. Really impressive so far from the girls in orange. The perfect reaction to their opening day defeat. 10-0 with a minute left of this first half. Ball pops out the back of the scrum, and this time Midlands do have the ball, looking to break from deep. Ambitious and adventurous from the girls in blue. Risky as well though, and it could prove even more costly here if South West can finish in the corner. Brilliant blindside play, and they have their third score of the morning. Abby Dow in on the act now for South West, really flexing their muscles this morning. Midland with their first real bit of possession, but not being able to find the gaps in the South West defence, and as soon as the ball was turned over, clinical on that far side, and Dow had the quickness of mind to cut inside, back her pace and dive over for the third score of the game. There won't be time for a restart. Half-time whistle goes, and it's a strong lead for South West at the break. 3 tries, all good finishes, and all in all, they've not really set foot inside their own half. They've been that dominant. Midlands will just want to get back into the game. They came back into one yesterday, of course, beating Scotland in the last minute, so they know that they have that resilience. Well, they'll certainly need to show that in bucket loads after the break if they're to come back into this one, because at half-time between South West and Midlands, it's South West 15, Midlands 0. Quick look ahead to the following game. After this clash, East Wales will take on Scotland next. So stay tuned for that one. For now though, it's back to the all-English affair. Midlands against the South West. So far the side in blue haven't really enjoyed much possession. They'll be hoping that changes in the second half, but that's brilliantly taken at the restart here, and it could be an immediate fourth for South West. It's Laughlin who's shown the turn of pace again. Perfect start at the second half for South West, and she even has the speed to get round the tacklers and dot it down under the post to make the conversion easier. Fantastic score from Laughlin, her second of the game, and potentially a match winner as well. Big cheers from the far grandstand as well there as Kat McNaney knocks over the conversion to just stretch the lead even more. It's 22-0 now. And really strong performance from South West. It goes without saying in Rugby Sevens that speed is rewarded, and you've certainly seen that so far today. Tries from lots of Laughlin, Corrie, these try scorers showing their pace and backing themselves to go wide, taking the long route, but it's often proved the most rewarding route. Now Midlands attacking for the first real time in this game. Can they find some points for their efforts? Ball looked to go forward off the shin, so it'll be play on, and they can gather it now through Megan Varley. Dives well on the ball and sets it back, but it's brilliantly picked up there from Abby Dow on her feet, so legally turning it over for South West, and they have another attacking platform. It's incessant pressure here from the southwest. They're pushing it out left again here. It's Hannah Luff, and she's got Karis Cox outside. It wasn't, sorry, it was Goodmanson outside, but Luff went herself, and potentially not the wisest idea. And then offside given, so it'll be a penalty for Midlands deep inside their own half, but they're not going to kick it because they know they need scores. And they do decide to hoof clear now. Gathered by Dow. Deep, good step and strength to break through a couple of tackles before going to ground, sending the ball back, and it's Rowan White, the captain now. Classy finish from the skipper. Hesitated for a second, left the Midlands defence in two minds and capitalised on the gap. Gallop threw it in under the posts. And Fatik from the southwest, they stretch their lead further. Another conversion from Kat McNaney. And that makes the score 29-0. Restart taken, good take by the Midlands, and they're looking now to score a couple of late tries in response to some really good offloading there, getting their hands out of the tackle, and it's out all the way now. Can the Midlands break clear? Brilliant covering tackle there. They've kept it in play, looking to continue down the blind side, suck defenders in. Strong tackle. Scruffy on the floor. The referee awards the penalty to the Midlands. They've got to go quick, surely, if they're to get something from this game, and that's a nice inside ball. She had the pace to get away there. It's Rebecca Herring, should I say, now shipping it out wide. They have the players out if they can use the overlap. Chloe Andrews has got support here, and it's Brooke Clark who can maybe go clear. Has she got there? Stopped short, and I think it's been turned over in the tackle as well. If so, it's brilliant work from Southwest. Has been held up, and so there'll be a scrum down 5 metres out to the side in blue. 2.5 minutes left in this second half here. 29-0 to the southwest at the moment. But that was some classy play from Midlands, stringing some phases together. Lovely break down the left and then shipping it out right. Brooke Clark using her pace to get all the way to the line, but was eventually held up. Strong set piece this time. The ball pops out of the channel, and the southwest looking to break down this near side with Rowan White stepping brilliantly. The captain, 2 players out. She has support. Will she sell the dummy? Looks to go herself, and is brilliantly tackled there by the Midlands defender. That was Katie Gregory, but the offload's a good one. Now it's a foot race to the line, and this time Brooke Clark getting back well. The Midlands defence playing brilliantly, but Goodmanson is the latest player to get there for the southwest, and this time she can get away and get clear. The 5th try for Southwest. Effective on the break, turning the ball over on their own line. Rowan White doing much of the work, breaking to the halfway line, and the support runners were there. Midlands did well in defence, but eventually the numbers told, and Maisie Goodmanson goes over for her first try in the tournament. The 5th in this game for Southwest. It's 34-0 with a minute to go in the second half. White this time taking over the kicking duties, and not a bad effort at all from out wide, but the skipper just doesn't quite get the power on the kick, so the score remains at 34-0 with 30 seconds or so to play in the second half here. A reminder in the next game, East Wales against Scotland. or round off the sort of first round of fixtures this morning. Every team will have played twice then. We'll start to have an idea of who will be making it through to the Cup quarterfinals, who will be making it into the Bowl. Well gathered there from Chloe Andrews in the Midlands 10 shirt. She breaks through 2 tackles, and it's a brilliant offload as well. Well picked up as well from Rebecca Herring, and getting it out wide now. They've had a bit more joy down that left-hand side. This time it's Brooke Clark, and she's using her speed and her power. 2 hands off. But she doesn't have the legs to go all the way. She's shepherded into touch, and that is the final act of this game. A fantastic spectacle again, but for South West, a really strong performance from the off. They scored 5 tries all in all. 2 in the first half, 3 in the second. And that gives them a really strong victory here. 34 points to 0 it finished against the Midlands, and the perfect reaction from the girls in orange after yesterday's loss to East Wales. For the Midlands, it's the same result, 1 win, 1 loss. And that's because in this game, South West have won 34 points to 0.
She's going to score a try. That is complete optimism, I like it. We'll try and hear from the opposite side. And who's Scott's about? And who's Scott's? Hello, we're down there. Oh, that's a mission to get to. Right, we're going to have a chat over some people. I haven't got the legs to do that. So, Scott, what's the unit? You don't know? Not really a better unit. So we reckon we're going to take this one. Scott's refusing to today, we'll give it to Wales with this. So let's see if we've got any more than Cobra. Any teams scoring more. Because we only have one of the units today. It's really lonely.
So the final game of this first morning session, and we have a mini break in between this game and the following fixture. So time to go get a cup of tea before settling down for the next 4 games. But this game, East Wales against Scotland. East Wales having beaten the South West, who we've just seen win so impressively. They actually beat the South West yesterday, East Wales, and Scotland lost in dramatic final moments to the Midlands. Run through the squad list quickly for East Wales. Emma Hennessy is 1, Sophie Waugh 2, Millie Williams 3, Matha Setchfield is 4, Courtney Lewis 5, Eve Jones 6, Maggie Lewis 7, Claire Morgan, the captain, is 8, India Babyllion 9, Larry Trussell 10, Fionn Pinch is 11, and Sam Morris 12. For Scotland, Melissa Scott is 1, Nicola Howard 2, the skipper Louise McMillan is 3, Rachel Shankland 4, 5, Kirsty Reid, 6, Katie McKay, Erin Watson is 7, 8 is Nikki Simpson, 9, Lisa Thompson, 10, Amy Watson, 11, Connie Griffiths, and 12, Chloe Hannant. The referee for this one is Jack Walton. Alex Thomas and Paul Adley are his touch judges. So here we go then, the final game of this first morning session, and it's Scotland in the darker blue kicking off from right to left, East Wales in the light blue with orange shoulder pads. And Scotland immediately winning a penalty from their own restarts. They'll look to attack now through McMillan, the captain, breaking through 1 tackle, 2. It's taking 3 defenders to bring her down. That should open space up out wide, and they'll look to ship it now through the hands. Shankland now, she's got Reid outside her. She couldn't keep hold of the ball around her feet and knocks on. We'll see the first scrum of the game. Powerful push by the Scots there. They've turned the ball over, I think. Nobody can pick it up eventually, though. It's picked up by one of the East Wales players from the scrum. So number 6 it was. Eve Johnson's done brilliantly well there to gather the ball. Despite Scotland looking so powerful in the set piece, back of the ball hand gives it to Millie Williams now. Looking out to the far side, which has been so fruitful for so many sides today, it's Emma Hennessy. She used her pace yesterday to good effect, and she's using it again today. What a score! Going clear from well inside her own half to score the try. Well, it's fair to say you can add Emma Hennessy to the list of speedsters who've shown their class today. That was a fine try. Originally, actually, I think some of the credit needs to go to the East Wales scrum for recovering after they were pushed off the ball from Scotland, getting the ball back, shipping it wide. Hennessy did the rest with her fleet-footed abilities. And the conversion, a good one as well from Millie Williams, making the score East Wales 7, Scotland 0, with 2 minutes played. Reminder, in 7 is the team that scores the try has the restart. That's why Millie Williams has come back to the centre circle now to take this kick. Again, taking out left, using the wind as a friend. It's brilliantly gathered there from Melissa Scott, almost breaking through the last line of defence as well, but East Wales equal to her. But another platform here for the Scots if they can use it. Penalty awarded, tackler not rolling away, and they just look to gather their breath here and go from deep. Lovely handoff there, and now there could be a scoring opportunity. It's brilliantly given from Lisa Thompson inside to Louise McMillan, the captain. Very central here. East Wales needed to get their players back. Good running line there from Lisa Thompson. But potentially Scotland need to get the ball out here. Another penalty though. And the pressure being exerted by the Scots. Erin Watson takes the quick tap. She was a try scorer yesterday. Gives it to the captain, McMillan, who bursts through the first 2 tackles. Then is brilliantly brought down by Pinch. Within 5 metres now, though. And a brilliant run from Lisa Thompson. Finishes it off. Well, Scotland showed their resilience yesterday, coming back against the Midlands before losing late on. Well, they've shown it again here. Brilliant score from Hennessy, opening the account for East Wales, but Scotland coming straight back down the other end. McMillan punching a hole in the defence, and then Lisa Thompson finishing from close range. In under the posts, the conversion is a good one. Conversion apiece then, making it 7-all after 4 minutes of this first half, and none of these games has led us down so far, and it looks as if this one is going to continue the trend. Some fast attacking rugby, top quality sporting entertainment here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. A reminder as well that Rugby Sevens is making its Olympic bow in Rio next year, so if ever there was a time to get into the sport, it is now, as Emma Hennessy shows why it can be such an exciting spectacle. Going down that blind side again, stepping once, twice, and then a brilliant sidestep to go in, although the touch judge seems to have stopped, has he? Has he got his flag out? Hennessy touches down, and I think the try stands. This East Wales #1 is one of the leading lights in this tournament so far. And she's done it again in superb style. Another solid conversion makes it 14-7. We could be in for a high-scoring affair here. But I would have to say that Hennessy try topped her one from earlier in the game. An outrageous bit of footwork out wide. She had 3 defenders to beat, picked them off one by one, and finished under the post for good measure. Scotland regather possession from the restart. They'll be looking for an immediate response once again. Fighting for it on the floor though is East Wales. It might have been turned over. I think the Scots have retained possession though. Nicola Howard taking it into contact there. Has been knocked forward on the floor, I think, legally turned over. So Millie Williams now will gather it. This time it definitely was knocked on, and Melissa Scott gathers for Scotland, and the referee taking it back for a knock on there. Williams down for East Wales, but slowly getting back to her feet. As I was saying, with Rugby Sevens appearing for the first ever time at the Olympics next year in Rio in Brazil. Now is the time to get into the sport. Of course, the World Sevens series always high on entertainment and drama, but I'm sure that will be up to notch when a gold medal is on the line next year. And potentially what you're seeing here is the future stars of Olympic Rugby Sevens. There could be players on show here who'll be competing in Tokyo 2020 or potentially even further down the line still. Scotland retain possession then for their own scrum. It's going to be the last play of the first half here. Can they find a retort to Hennessy's second solo score? Struggling to get the ball out here. Macmillan, I think that was trying to take it through the middle of the ruck. She's won a penalty for her side there, so one last chance still. They're not rushing it though, setting up potentially a pre-planned move instead. Brilliant line there from Lisa Thompson. What a perfect line that was from the number 9. And there is nobody going to catch it. Not even Hennessy and Williams running back can do anything about it. I said potentially they were setting up a pre-planned move. Well, it looks like that's exactly what it was. A superb score from Thompson. So Thompson now looking to convert her own try to have it all square at the break. Just drifts wide though. She's frustrated by that, but she shouldn't be, because the try she's just scored was an absolute beauty. Taking the ball at speed and running her dream line to ghost in under the posts. It's 14-12 at the break. So as mentioned earlier, there'll be a short break after this game. Players to catch their breath before we go with the final pool games. Another 4 coming at you then after a short break, sort of half an hour or so, I think. So as I mentioned, time to just go and catch your breath after what has been a scintillating first hour and a half of Rugby Sevens here this morning at the Armitage Centre in Manchester. Still 7 minutes to come though before that break, and it could be a dramatic one. East Wales leading 14 points to 12 against Scotland here. 2 tries apiece in that first half, all of them absolute crackers. And Scotland now will have an opportunity to attack again. The restart from East Wales not going the required 10 metres, so be an opportunity to run from deep. Katie McKay actually takes the ball backwards, but then gives it to Thompson again, who is cutting lines like they're going out of fashion here. Brilliant score again from the number 9. Hennessy has 2 in this game, Thompson has 2 now, and Scotland are ahead for the first time. So impressive about that was that it was a slightly different move to the one we saw just before the break. This time McKay actually dropping back before sending a pass off, and then the inside ball following that. Thompson on it like a missile, busting through the hole, and she had that head of steam, but there was nobody stopping her. The conversion is a good one as well from the try scorer. Stretches the lead to 5 points now. So it's East Wales 14, Scotland 19. Still just under 6 minutes left, so plenty of time for the Welsh side to get themselves back into this game. But a dream start for Scotland. Of course, they lost in dramatic circumstances yesterday to the Midlands. If they could record victory here, it would be a real boost to their hopes in this tournament. Well gathered on the restart though, on this near touchline by East Wales, number 5, Courtney Lewis, that is. She's done well, in fact, to give the ball inside to War and keep the ball alive. Still is now, and if they can get it out wide, they might have players here. Dummy thrown there from Sam Morris, then gets it off. And now it's Morgan, the skipper. A lot of defenders tracking her, won't go clear, but she's sucked, I think, 4 Scottish tacklers in there. They can get it out wide here, they might have players over, but instead Sophie Wall attacks through the middle. Now they're looking to get it through their hands. And it's a dummy thrown here, and they have the players. Is clear pitch for Courtney Lewis, steps inside a Johnny May sort of line, that one. Running across and then cutting back inside, but it could yet work. Morgan now has it from the offload. Up to within 3 metres of the line. Have Scotland got it? No, it's still with Babyllion now in the scrum cap. They have players out if they can ship it. It's knocked on though, is it there? Referee says it went backwards. It's Setchfield. Still East Wales have it. Still they have it, and Sophie Wall will go over. Breathless game of rugby sevens here. Just when you think one side are pulling clear, the other side drag them right back, and that was really good ball retention from East Wales there. Couple of times the ball went to ground, but they kept their cool heads to finish the move, and it's War who goes over on that right side. Babyllion this time, the one to take the conversion. Doesn't have the legs, and that means it's 19 all with 3.5 minutes to play. We haven't seen a draw yet in the tournament. Still plenty of time for that to change, of course, in this match. But at the moment, we are heading for the first tie of the tournament. East Wales 19, Scotland 19 at this stage. The score, that was adventurous play there from the Scotland number 8, and no look pass almost over her head from Nikki Simpson. Didn't work out, but they'll still have the ball because they've got a penalty. And a quick tap and a handoff, a bit of a sit down from the skipper Louise McMillan there, and she's still going. 2 tacklers, 3 can't bring her down. Howard now in support. She's got Watson outside her if she can give it. Watson does get it, cuts in field and brought down. Now they look to bring it out left, but East Wales doing well to slow the ball down. Simpson trying to go in over it this time. It's Howard though who gets it out. Thompson, I think it was, who lost the ball, but still they have it, and now it's shipped out to East Wales. A turnover could be disastrous. The Scotland defender's getting back. It's Sam Morris who's looking to go all the way for East Wales, and I think she's just got the legs. Simpson can't get back to her, and Morris finishes under the post. Counter-attacking rugby at its best there from the girls in blue and orange. Defending well on their own line and not being scared when they turn the ball over to play it inside their own 22. Given out wide to Morris, and she had the legs just. It looked as if she was being clawed back from Nikki Simpson, but she found a second wind in the final 20 metres or so to dive in under the post. Babyllion makes the conversion to stretch the lead further. So East Wales now lead 26 points to 19 with 1 minute and 10 to play. But the way this game's been going, don't write that off as the final try in this game. East Wales, of course, looking to make it 2 wins from 2 after their victory yesterday. Scotland looking to avoid consecutive losses. Brilliantly picked up there from McMillan, who has been a shining light all game. There's been a few of them as well, and she's done really well to bust through the tackles. And then the referee awards a penalty for a high tackle, and McMillan just says, well, I'm going to keep going. She taps and goes and gives it to Thompson, who has been superb all game, and she's going clear again. And it's going to be the hat-trick for the number 9. Has she got close enough to the posts? That is the question, because this conversion looks like it could prove key. There is going to be, well, there's 20 seconds to play now. They want to get on with the conversion, really, because They want time for a restart as well. Thompson then to convert her own try. If she was to get it, it would secure a last gasp draw. It's good contact. It's through the posts. And it is a draw. The first of the tournament. And it's all down to Lisa Thompson and a superb hat-trick. She scored once in the first half, twice in the second, including that last gasp one, and she had the nerves to convert her own score. Game of the tournament so far, potentially so. There have been some good ones, but that was absolutely brilliant. And East Wales pipped at the post, not quite, but dragged back. And they won't have consecutive wins. Scotland won't have consecutive losses because it's ended 26 points all in an absolute thriller here. That then will be the end of this sort of first period this afternoon. We've got about half an hour or so break at the end of the morning now, and then there'll be another 4 games at the end of the pool stages following. So make sure you're back to join us then. And if this morning's game so far are to go by well, it's certainly not worth missing out. We've seen some absolute crackers, some superb tries, some fantastic rugby all round, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more after the break. So if you can join us in about 20-25 minutes or so, but for now we're taking a break from the Rugby Sevens here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games.
Drop the mic. It's all thing, you don't have tea, do you? Sit inside, get a tea. Do you want that big coat? Oh, no. Yes.
Hello there and welcome back to the live footage here from the Armitage Centre in South Manchester of the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby 7 event. We're back for 4 more games in this afternoon session. Hope you've got your breath back. More importantly, hope the players have got their breaths back. It was a breathless first 4 games this morning. Finished, of course, with that East Wales Scotland draw, a real classic. First up in this afternoon's session, we have South East against Ireland. So these 4 fixtures will then complete the pool stages. And just clarifying what the situation will be after that. So the team at the top of Pool A will then play the team at the bottom of Pool B in a quarter-final, and so on and so forth. So top of Pool A will play bottom of Pool B, second in Pool A will play third in Pool B, third in Pool A will play second in Pool B, and the team at the bottom of Pool A will play the winners of Pool B. They will all be quarter-finals. The 4 winners of those quarter-finals will then clash in the Cup semis tomorrow. The 4 losers will clash in the Bowl semis before the 2 finals tomorrow afternoon. So that is how we're set up nicely. Still 8 games to go this afternoon, so really this is the main course after this morning's entertaining starter. Ireland's then playing in their green from left to right. South East from right to left in the yellows, and as we've seen all tournaments so far, Ireland's Emma Corrie straight away on that far flank is finding some space and using her pace. Quick update on the pool stages at the moment. In Pool A, North top the pool with 2 wins from 2. South East and Ireland both have 1 win and 1 defeat from their games. South East just above Ireland purely on points difference, so this game is a really important one for both sides. And West Wales 2 losses. They sit bottom of that pool. We'll update you on Pool B as and when we need to, but Pool A, of course, this game is going to be an important one, and a really lovely wraparound move here from the team in yellow. And Corrie trying to get back to defend, but it's powerful, pacey running here, and a lovely offload for Boo Adams, who cuts inside and gives it off to the captain, Sarah Byrne. What a try. Oh, she uses her power as well to bash the final defender away and dot down under the posts. Well, that should certainly have woken you up after that 20-minute break. What a score for South East to get themselves on the board in this game. And Zoe Harrison doesn't hang around. She converts with ease from in front of the posts. And Sarah Byrne, the South East skipper, who has consistently impressed throughout the tournament so far, proving why she has been so good so far this tournament. There, a brilliant score, but it was a team effort, to be fair. A couple of fantastic offloads. Boo Adams cutting in field brilliantly as well. And South East lose 7-0 in this key Pool A clash. Ireland, though, looking to break straight back into the game. Kate English, who scored a fine try in this morning's game, up to the 10-metre line, but Byrne it is, I think they're powering through. And it was Harrison, and now they're looking to come through. Now it's Byrne in midfield, cutting back across and still breaking through. 2 missed tackles and she's through again. 2 tries in the space of a minute or so for South East Sarah Byrne. I don't know what was said in the team talk during the small interval of about half an hour that we've just had, but whatever it has, it's fired up the team in yellow. Harrison's conversion comes off the post, so the score will stay at 12-0. But 2.5 minutes into this game, South East are on fire here, and in particular skipper Sarah Byrne, who is using her pace and her strength to full effect there. Cutting across back in field and then straightening up at the right time. So Ireland have a little bit of work to do here, gathered by Marie Hopkins, and she uses her power then to actually hand off Byrne, who brings her down. O'Shea in field now, and it's taken 2 tacklers to bring her down. So potentially an overlap towards the left. It's Blackmore then, shipping it out to English. Corrie's free if it can get there, and Scufflekay gives it out to Corrie, but it wasn't a particularly accurate pass, and the winger just had to stretch a little bit for it. Couldn't take the ball in her stride, and it's a knock-on, and we'll just get a chance to catch our breath, because halfway through this first half it's been pretty dramatic stuff. A couple of tries for South East. As mentioned, the way that this pool stands at the moment, this game is particularly crucial. Whichever side wins will be in pole position at least to finish second in the group. Ball is out the back of the scrum, but the referee says hold on, and actually the attack broke down, but the referee's brought it back now for a penalty, and it's Harrison this time using her pace, running the line from deep. Powerful handoff on Blackmore, and she goes in for the third try of this first half for South East. And are we just seeing the moment where this impressive South East outfit click into the next gear? Ireland a little bit all over the shop purely from the penalty. They hadn't quite got back into position. South East took it quickly, but Harrison ran a fine line from deep, and she had the handoff in her armoury as well to bust through the final tackle and run in, converts her own try, and it's 19-0 inside 5 minutes. So Ireland now will have the tap on halfway and will get their first real chance in this first half to flex their muscles. Shipping it wide to Corrie, whose pace has been so devastating so much this tournament. She breaks 2 tackles. Does she have the speed to get round the third? She's brilliantly caught in the end, gets it off to Scuffilmke, but it's still in field. And Corrie now acts as scrum half to start the next phase. Gleeson. And into midfield now, and potentially a gap opening up, but couldn't quite get the pass out there. Hopkins was free outside, as was Blackmore, the skipper. Now it is Blackmore, and she's backing her pace here, the captain, and she might have the run around on Eleanor Perry. In the end, she's brought to the ground. But still Ireland go forward here, and they might be able to get in at the corner here to get themselves onto the score sheet, and they do. Mairead Hopkins then, getting one back for the Irish in the final minute of this first half. We've seen so much from the team in green this tournament so far. They don't know when they're beaten. They came back really well against North despite losing yesterday and recorded a fine victory this morning. And that is a fine conversion from the left boot of Chloe Blackmore. Not an easy one at all. Struck it perfectly, sailed through the posts, and Ireland now trail by just 12 points. South East 19, Ireland 7. And this will be the final play of the first period. Blackmore then sends it up, hanging in the air. Harrison says, let's attack from deep, and ships it out wide. And it's a powerful line-breaking run from Taz Bricknell. But she loses the ball in contact as she tried to find the offload. It could have sent her side in for a 4th try as it is. They only have the 3 in the first half, but they'll still be pleased overall with how that first 7 minutes went. They flew out of the blocks. In fact, 3 tries in the first 4 minutes. 19-0 up, as if they might romp home. But Ireland steadied the ship, and Mairead Hopkins went over with seconds remaining to add a bit of positivity to the half and mean that, well, with the 12-point deficit, who knows? 19-7 at the break. So 19-7 at the break here between South East and Ireland. Taking a look ahead to the next game. West Wales against North. The side top of the table, North against the side bottom of the pool at the moment, West Wales, but don't let that for you, because West Wales, both games they've been in tight affairs and they've looked really good so far. But North have looked a very organised and efficient unit. And they'll be looking in that one to wrap up the win that would secure them top spot in the pool, and of course potentially an easier tie in the quarterfinals. They're looking at the talent on show at the Sainsbury school games this year. There is no such thing as an easy game. Ireland then with the restart, and a game-busting run there from Eleanor Perry, looking for Byrne, the captain. And this time, Byrne can't gather it, blemishing her perfect copybook for the game so far, Sarah Byrne there. So scrum to Ireland. Robin Gleeson will put in here. Lining up on the outside. Be a 3 against 3. Depends how the set piece goes. And South East push really well over the top and turn the ball over. It's knocked backwards by Wadhams. And battle on the ground now. Harrison falls on it, and it's well recycled. And Wadhams gets it out now. As far as Perry, and that ball's gone backwards now, and Corrigan is chasing it for the Irish. She gets a boot on it, but it just rolls agonisingly out of play. And the Irish supporters over there desperate to see that one stay in the field. And Corrie dive on it to score the try, but it was never going to happen and just rolled out over the dead ball line. So it'll be a 22 dropout to South East, and or a scrum, actually, says the referee. Another good scrum from South East, but Ireland pushing back has put a lot of pressure here, and they'll have to use it. Harrison cuts a good line, but it's well brought down there from Blackmore. But they're getting the ball out really well today, and it's out now to Tandy. Staying on her feet. It's Corrie and Scuffle came trying to keep her off her feet and potentially force a maul. The referee eventually blowing and saying South East took it in. Ireland will have the scrum. Well turned over there by the Irish in a potentially dangerous counter-attacking situation. Well dealt with. South East have been very dominant in the scrum thus far. Ireland will want to get this one out as quickly as possible, but again, the South East scrum forcing Ireland to crumple. The referee says we'll start again. This time it does come out the Irish side. Well hooked back, and Scuffham gets it out now as far as Blackmore, and Corrie has it, and she might have the turn of pace here to get away from Harrison. She's certainly going to try, and she eludes the number 10. One tackle to beat. If she can get there, she'll score. Another try for this exciting Ireland player. Emma Corrie has lit the stage up yesterday and today. Give her an inch and she'll take a mile out on that right flank, and she's used the pace to the full effect again. Harrison just not quite able to get there, and then Taz Bricknell on the cover again, not quite able to get there. So Ireland pulling themselves back from the brink. The conversion falls well short, meaning it stays 19-12 now to South East. 3 minutes remaining. (19-0) after 4 minutes or so the first half. Looked as if it could be a bit of a whitewash here. As it is, Ireland doing everything they can to get back into this game, and Rosie Gallagher can only tap the ball back, so deep inside their own territory here. Gets it off well to Byrne though, and she's going to back her strength here, stepping once and twice and then getting it off in field to Wadhams, who ships it on to Harrison. Now Harrison out there using the possession really well, and there's a bit of room out here for Taz Bricknell. Does she have the pace to go all the way? She can't, and instead the ball comes back to Ireland. The referee, though, stopping play and not allowing advantage to go. That seemed a little bit harsh because Ireland had a couple of players out wide here and might have been able to make the most of an overlap as it is. To scrum down just inside their own half, and that momentum halted by the referee. One minute 30 to play in the second half of this Pool A clash, and it's a crucial one. Whichever side wins will be in a fantastic position to claim the second place in the table. At the moment it's South East who've got in, and they turn it over at the scrum, and Bricknell darts down the blind side. She's got support out wide. Was that a deliberate knock-on or was it just a tackle? The touch judge suggests it's just a line out. Referee agrees, so it'll be a line out to the side in yellow. Nothing more though. You see a replacement. Remember, roll on, replacement. Roll on, roll off, should I say, replacements. You can't bring two players on and take nobody off. That would certainly be illegal. Yeah, roll on, roll off replacements here at the Sainsbury 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens event. So a lot of fresh legs on the pitch throughout the game. South East hoping that they can last the course now with 40 seconds to play. They've got the ball in the maul, but it's pulled to ground by the Irish. So they'll play from the back here, and a dummy there from Eleanor Perry. Taken into contact and held up well by the Irish. Mairead Hopkins trying to keep her on her feet there, and it's been lost forward in the process. So Ireland will have the put into the scrum deep in their own half, and with 10 seconds to go it will surely be the final passage of play. So well, we saw a dramatic end to the game between East Wales and Scotland before the break. Lisa Thompson's hat-trick try securing a dramatic draw. And that buzzer will tell you that this will be the last play. So Ireland do get it from the back of the scrum. They've got a long way to go, and it's a blindside run here from Scuffham Cave to try and force the day. But the ball goes out. The referee, though, not blowing for full-time, blowing for a penalty, and the South East cheers subdued because Scuffham Cave going again here. Ireland know that there's a chance, but the ball is lost, and South East close it out. If ever there was a game of two halves, that was it. South East 3 tries in the opening 4 minutes or so. Looked as if they might just run away with it a little bit, but Ireland have shown so much resilience throughout the tournament. A try just before the break from Mairead Hopkins, and then another classic from Emma Corrie down that far side, finishing well on a break. Brought it back to just a 7-point deficit. But South East close it out well, and they put themselves in a really good position heading in to the quarterfinals. 2 wins and a loss for them. Ireland's pool campaign finishes with 1 win and 2 defeats. Next up is the second Pool A clash, West Wales between North. So after that we'll know exactly who is finishing where. But for now, South East and Ireland can go away, reflect on their pool stages, and build slowly and steadily for the quarterfinals, which we'll see this afternoon. But for now, a break for both sides. The full-time score there: South East 19, Ireland 12. So preparations then beginning for the next clash, the final Pool A clash in this year's Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens tournament. It's West Wales against North. West Wales will be in their usual red, North in purple. Running very quickly again through the sides. We reminded you earlier, Katie Thicker is 1 for West Wales, Megan Whittaker 2, Carly Jones 3, Kaylee Powell 4, Delyn Alcott 5, Megan Beach is 6, Gwen Crabb 7, Bethan Lewis wears the 8 shirt, Caris Lloyd 9, Beth Lewis 10, Bethan Jones 11, and Captain Ailish Butcher is 12 for North. Eloise Hayward 1, Caris Marsh is 2, 3 is Kelly Smith, 4 Tanya Donkin, 5 Tyne Jenkinson, 6 Imogen Curl, 7 Charlie Wilcock, 8 Bella Young, 9 Laura Perrin, 10 Holly Aitchinson, 11 Ellie Kildunn, and 12 the skipper for North is Rachel Woosley. Alex Thomas the referee for this one, and Zach Jones, Kieran Bowerbank will be the touch judges. So Pool A will be decided in about 15 minutes time. North heading into this one as the only side in the pool to have won both of their games. West Wales defeated in both, but by no means humbled. They've played really well throughout the tournament so far. Victory for North would secure them top spot and give them, well, supposedly an easier route into the semi-finals later this afternoon. For West Wales, a win would drag them back into contention for 3rd spot, with Ireland having just lost there to South East. So an important game, as everyone has been really, but always potentially a slightly bigger sense of importance when it's the last game of a pool stage. Quarterfinals, of course, will be played later this afternoon. Reminding you quickly of the format. Team that tops the pool will play the team bottom of the opposite pool, so North, knowing that a win here would allow them to play the side that will eventually finish bottom of Pool B. We've just got a short break in play here, so a reminder as well, at the scale of the Sainsbury's 2015 school games, if you were thinking that it's just a Rugby Sevens tournament, absolutely not. Sport going on across Manchester, 9 venues all in all, including here at the Armitage Centre, the National Cycling Velodrome, National Cycling Centre, of course, the Manchester Aquatic Centre, and so much besides. There's athletics, there's swimming, there's judo, there's hockey, wheelchair tennis, wheelchair basketball, fencing, and plenty more besides. And if slipped your mind, some of the famous alumni as well that have competed throughout the school games over the years have gone on to big, fantastic things with Team GB and Paralympics GB. Adam Peaty, of course, actually hasn't competed in Olympics yet, but I'm sure will be setting the pool alight at Rio next year. Hannah Cockcroft, Johnny Peacock, Katrina Johnson-Thompson, Dina Asher-Smith. The list goes on and on. And on the Rugby Sevens side of things, well, Sophie Lee and Siobhan Longdon of the England setup, they once plied their trade at the School Games Rugby Sevens tournament, so I keep saying that you're potentially seeing some future stars of the Rugby Sevens world. Well, I'm almost certain you are. In fact, I'm certain you are. We've seen some fantastic solo performances as well as some brilliant team displays, and we may see the next one up in a minute or so. The final Pool A clash in this year's Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens sees North in the purple kicking off from left to right against West Wales, the unbeaten side against the side still looking for their first win. Will it go with the form book, or can West Wales get their first victory of the tournament? That's brilliantly gathered above her head there from captain Ailish Butchers for West Wales, and they'll look to spark an attack from inside their own half. It's Beth Lewis there shipping it out as far as Delyn Alcock. North defence holding strong here, and now it's Bethan Lewis inside. Now it's almost a brilliant ball back inside, but I think it was Charlie Wilcock for the North there who tried to intercept and run it home, knocked it on in the process, and that's why we have a scrum down on the far side. Happy to report that the sun has come out again here at the Armitage Centre. It was getting a little bit chilly during that break at the end of the morning session, but it seems that the sun has come out to watch the rugby now, so that's good news for everyone involved here, including that packed grandstand over there. Look, now barely a a spare seat in the house as West Wales look again to bring it to this near flank. A big tackle there, turning the ball over, and then grabbing the ball on the floor illegally means North have possession for the first time, and they'll take it quickly. Aitchinson to Wilcock, to captain Rachel Woozy, breaking the first tackle. Knocked back by a West Wales player, and I think it's allowed them to turn the ball over here, actually. And it has indeed, and almost an interception, but now there's a lot of room on this near flank for West Wales to break. Can they go the distance here? Good covering defence there, and it's a brilliant tackle as Carly Jones looked to break clear. It was Bethan Jones who's got the ball now. Aitchinson in midfield now. This is a breathless opening few passages of play, and Aitchinson is scragged by Ailish Butchers. She was almost through there. Now it's Marsh who goes for North, but is well tackled around the fringes. Barely seen a break in play yet. West Wales breaking, and now it's North who are looking to get out. Wilcock can't gather it round her toes. Knock on. And there they have just a second to catch their breath. Brilliant break it was originally by Carly Jones down this near touchline. A fantastic covering tackle by the North defence, and Jones had just been blindsided, so couldn't get the offload off. Score 0-0 after 2.5 minutes here between West Wales and North of England. North pushing well at the scrum and actually turning it over at the set piece, and now Marsh breaks and gives it to Aitchinson, another shining light of the tournament so far, and she settles a brilliant dummy. Carries on going, and she's earned a side of penalty there, the tackler not releasing. And it's Wilcock now who looks to get the play going quickly, taps behind the referee's back and sends it out. Woozy, the captain, giving it. Again, good lines here, and now Smith, and she's got support, but she's not going to need it here. Kelly Smith spots the mismatch in midfield and races through to score the game's opening try. Superb finish there by Kelly Smith, the North number 3, spotting a bit of a gap in the defence as the West Wales defensive line was stretched, backing her pace and going through. Holly Aitchinson hits the conversion, it just drifts under the crossbar, so it will remain at 5-0 here with 3 minutes of the first half to play. North 5, West Wales 0. So North, remember, have won both of their opening games here. They've looked a really strong outfit, and they're proving so far here, but West Wales will look to get back here with Beth Lewis taking it into contact and doing well to go through the first tackle and carrying another 5 or so metres over the gain line, and then earning her side a penalty as Wilcock doesn't release in the tackle. And a bit of ill discipline there, a bit of back chat potentially, and good to see the referee punishing that and allowing the penalty a further 10 metres forward, and that could help West Wales' attack, and that's a lovely offload and a brilliant take from Bethan Lewis. But just as it looked like West Wales were starting to turn the screw in the opposite direction, it's held onto on the floor by Caris Lloyd, and North have a penalty in their own favour. Lovely footwork from Aitchinson and a fantastic pass to boot, and Rachel Woozy's got it, the captain, and she's given it out to Bethan Jones. But the offload just drifting forward, the referee was right in line with it. Probably would have been a second try if Ellie Kildon had taken that and gone through, but instead scrum down for the forward pass. Better scrum this time for West Wales, and Although Bethan Lewis has to gather it over her head, it's allowed them to break forward now. Oh, it's a nice offload, but in the end Bethan Lewis has to fall under the self because it just went behind the player, and it's fantastically turned over there on the floor. And they're all having a bit of a go, but it's turned back over by West Wales. Delyn Alcock it was who grabs it, and a big round of applause for her on the far side. Katie Powell it is now, gets it out to Beth Lewis. Powell's in support, but she's the only one. And it's well flicked up from Lewis to Powell, who then gets it off to Lloyd. It's good ball retention from West Wales, but they're just going backwards here, and Carly Jones has taken it back even further, and well gathered there by Delyn Alcock on the far side. She at least manages to make a few yards before being scragged well by the North defence. And I think they've turned it over here, the side in purple. Wilcox over it. They have done. And there could be an opportunity here. Ball goes to ground though. But Woozy's free on the right. She cuts inside. And the ball goes, I think, forwards then backwards. Time for one more passage of play then before the half-time whistle. West Wales will have the put in. They've done really well actually, the side in red, to just overcome the first few minutes. It was a bit of a storm facing them when North flew out the blocks. Kelly Smith with the try and a lot of possession, but since then they've done well, and although they've not really used the ball as well as they'd have hoped, they have certainly limited any North possession. Referee resetting the scrum here. Wales have a player either side of the scrum and then one right behind it, so it's hard to call which way they're going to go with this one. Oh, Powell flicks it up, but it's knocked on. It was a tough one to take. Referee potentially still playing advantage. Lovely feet from Kildare. That's fantastic work to get through, and she's well brought down by Alcock. And it's turned over brilliantly by West Wales now. It was Captain Butchers who does it, and she powers forward, and it's two tacklers on her, but still goes to ground. And that's definitely got to be a penalty. Kildare on the floor there, illegally trying to strip the ball. And this half just doesn't want to end. Still, play continues. West Wales breaking forward with Bethan Lewis hitting the contact hard. I think it might have been turned over by North. It has been, and it's out to Captain Woozy now. Does she have the legs to get her there? And she's racing clear of Alcock, and she's racing clear of all would-be tacklers. It's going to be a second try for North. A sickener for West Wales at the end of the half. They were the ones making the hard yards, looking to get back into the game. But such is the way of sevens. You concede possession at your peril. And Rachel Woozy punishes her opponents with a second try of the game for the side in purple. Aitchison can't convert, but it's still a promising position for North as they look to close it out in Pool A with 3 wins from 3. Kelly Smith scored early on in the half, and then whilst West Wales fought their way back into it, they couldn't find the killer blow, and Rachel Woozy delivered one of her own right at the death there. Racing clear down that far side, stripping Alcock for pace and finishing well. It's 10-0 to North at half-time, and at the moment they are heading for the summit of Pool A and into the quarterfinals as group winners. Second half then about to get underway here. North leading 10-0. First half tries Smith and Woozy doing the damage. West Wales still searching for their first win of the tournament. If they can come from behind here and secure the win, then they put themselves in a position to potentially finish thirds above Ireland, but time will tell on that one. For now, they just have to focus on getting themselves back in, and the restart brilliantly gathered there from the North player, taken into contact as well. But a penalty awarded to West Wales. They go very quickly here with Butchers. She has support from Lewis and from Lloyd. What's she going to do with it? Instead, she holds on. Sucks players in, and now they've opened it up over to the left. Jones gets it out. Can she give it thicker? Has she got the pace? She's pinned her ears back for the corner. Perfect response from West Wales there. It's exactly what they would have wanted after the break. Ailish Butcher's tapping and going and spinning this way and that, confusing the North defence, and Thicker was calling for it from the start of that move. Ball got out wide. Jones threw the pass, and Thicker showing her turn of pace to go in. Touchdown near the post to make the conversion potentially easier for Kaylee Powell. But it's dragged wide, so 10-5 the score with 6 minutes remaining in this final Pool A clash. Restart driven down the middle, this time not taken by Imogen Curl, but recycled and knocked on in midfield, and then just taking their eye off the ball for a second has let West Wales in here. Bethan Lewis has it. Ball held up off the ground. And the referee there will bring it back for the original infringement, the knock-on. And another good platform here for West Wales as they look to potentially take the lead. Comes out the back to Lewis, who gives it to Jones here. Carly Jones, has she got the speed down this right side? The answer is no. Well shepherded there from the North defence. Sun has disappeared again here, so slightly chillier, but that's certainly not perturbing any of the massive crowd on that far side. The grandstand full, and plenty of people there besides on the slope here at the Armitage Centre, so good to see all the support out. Plenty of family and friends supporting the sides here. That's a powerful North scrum, and they've won a penalty and they're not hanging about here. Caris Marsh giving it out. Lovely move there, and Aitchison now pins her ears back. She saw the space, and I think she's going to go clear here and potentially wrap this game up. Number 10 through for the try. But that all really started with a fine little pre-planned move. Give and go. Right back deep in their own half, and Aitchison then ghosted through the gap and raced clear for the try under the post. Can she convert her own score now? The answer in the affirmative there from Aitchison, stretching the lead slightly further. It's now 17 points to 5 in favour of North, who are on the brink now of securing a 100% record heading into the knockout stages. And you can't say they're not worth it. Also asking myself how this West Wales side could be heading for a third straight defeat, because they've played some really good rugby here. They don't look as if they deserve to have lost all 3 games, but such is the nature of Rugby Sevens. Of course, that won't stop them heading into the quarterfinals. All 8 teams will be in the quarterfinals. Dylan Alcock breaking down that far side. Sorry, not Dylan Alcock, it's Bethan Lewis. But she is dragged into touch. North with the line out then. Well, taken at the back of it, and they'll get the ball out quickly. Aitchison again, she's at the centre of everything. It's another lovely dummy move and a brilliantly taken as well. Bell-Kill done on the wing, and I think she has the pace to go. Well shepherded though by Alcock, who takes her down. And the ball then rolls out of play. Another fine North move. Straight from the training paddock, that one. And that is Kildun's last action for the half. Almost racing clear. But well tackled there from Dylan Alcock. And out goes astray for West Wales. And the referee saying that it wasn't thrown straight either. So the side in purple have a scrum. They'll just look to close the game out now with just over a minute to play. Karis Marsh putting in. Feeds well to Aitchison. Nice run there from Tanya Donkin. Lovely line. Try number 4 for North. And I think it's safe to say now that they are heading for the summit of Pool A and a 3rd win from 3 in the competition. It's their time for one final response from West Wales here. Really, really well played from North this morning, securing their 3rd win from 3. But that's a lovely line-breaking run from West Wales's Gwen Crabb. Can she go the distance here? Answer is no. Well tackled, and she had her foot out as she went to set the ball back. A shame for West Wales that they couldn't end on a high. But for North, it is 3 wins from 3, and can't say they didn't deserve it. Some brilliant rugby played, and that is the culmination of Pool A for now. So we'll be on to Pool B in a minute. 24 points to 5 victory for North secures their position at the top and means that they will play the side bottom of Pool B in the quarterfinals later this afternoon. South East finished 2nd in the pool. Ireland 3rd, and West Wales with 3 defeats from 3 will finish bottom, but will go through to the quarterfinals and will back themselves to beat anyone. They were unfortunate there, they just couldn't quite get enough possession to see themselves really contend in the game. But they leave the field for now to reflect on the pool stages and start thinking of the quarterfinals for North. Well, they've really laid a marker down today and yesterday afternoon. They must feel confident of making it all the way to the cup final, but there's still plenty of rugby to be played. We'll be back in a second for the start of the final round of games in Pool B. So Southwest take on Scotland next here at the Armitage Centre for the Rugby Sevens event of this year's Sainsbury's School Games. Quick update then on the Pool B situation heading into the final round of fixtures here. Remember, that will obviously affect how the quarterfinals look. If you thought Pool A was close, well, this one even closer heading into these final two fixtures. Currently topping the table, East Wales, 1 win and 1 draw. Of course, that dramatic last gasp draw with Scotland. Lisa Thompson completing a hat-trick for the Scots to secure that result. So East Wales top of the pile at the moment. South West are on next up with 1 win and 1 defeat, just ahead of the Midlands, who also have 1 win and 1 defeat but have an inferior points difference. And at bottom of the pile at the moment, Scotland with that last gasp draw to their name. They know, though, victory here over Southwest would drag them right back into it, so it's impossible at the moment to call who will finish where heading into the quarterfinals. But if nothing else, both sides would love a bit of momentum to take into those knockout fixtures. Southwest lining up as usual in orange and Scotland in their usual dark blue for this fixture. Last up, we will see East Wales taking on the Midlands. We'll then have another short break of half an hour or so before the knockout rugby gets underway. All 4 quarterfinals coming to you live on this afternoon's feed, and then make sure you're back with us tomorrow for the culmination of both the Cup and the Bowl. So the 4 winning quarterfinalists from this afternoon then will go into the Cup semi-finals. The 4 defeated quarterfinalists heading into the Bowl semi-finals, both semi-finals, all semi-finals and both finals will be brought to you live tomorrow, right here. For now, back to Pool B action, and Scotland with the restart doesn't drift 10 metres, so it'll be a free kick on the halfway line for Southwest. Looking to carry on as they started this morning against the Midlands with a really dominant display, but that's not how they'd have wanted to start. The ball just drifting out of play. And a line out on halfway for Scotland. One in the air. It was by Kirsty Reid, but it looked as if it had been knocked on by the player she knocked it back to, and the referee agrees. First chance for Southwest then to form an attacking platform from this set piece, which was so dominant against the Midlands earlier today. The referee not happy with what he's seen there, though, just having a word with both packs and telling them just to calm down a little bit. Scotland this time dominating at the scrum. Came out of the back. It will be reset. Ball comes out the back very quickly, and Scotland rush up on this Southwest attack, but still time for Brooke Bradley to get it out. Push it out wide. Lovely step from Kat McNaney there, inside and then out. And she racing clear here. She's being well tracked by Rachel Shanklin, but I don't think she's got the legs, and McNaney might go the distance here to dive in the corner. Brilliant score there from Southwest, considering they were on the back foot really. Scotland pushed through that scrum strongly, but they managed to get it out. And lovely footwork from McNaney, and then had the speed to carry her the distance. She can't convert her own score. That's Rowan White, my apologies, who attempted the conversion that drifted short. So the score remains Southwest 5, Scotland 0, with about 3.5 minutes remaining of the first period here. White then will take the restart. And hangs it well in the air, but it's brilliantly gathered there from Scotland's Rachel Shankland, who puts it back now and sets up an attacking opportunity. Given out wide. Was knocked on there by Amy Watson after Lisa Thompson released her, so it'll be another scrum in a similar position to the one we saw a few moments earlier. Scotland looking really strong in the scrum, but again Southwest just get it back, and a lovely step inside from White there, the captain, taking the ball up to halfway. Scotland pushing through again, potentially illegally, but instead it's come all the way back, and Abby Dow there using a turn of speed and pace to burst through the middle. Poppy Leach then inside to Chantal Miel, who gets it out now, and overlap again, and McNaney has room, but she loses the ball. So it wasn't McNaney, sorry, that was Maisie Goodmanson. Back though to Leach, who pops it out to White, long raking pass, and the Southwest skipper then pops it off. It's really good ball retention here from Southwest, and there's still room outside for Abby Doe if she can get it. But Scotland defending with aplomb. Really good Scotland line out here with a minute or so to go, and Lisa Thompson, she was the match winner, or the match drawer, should I say, against East Wales in the previous game. Now gets it out to Rachel Shankland, who in turn offloads it to Amy Watson. She's well tackled though, and Scotland, whilst they look good on the ball, have struggled to get out of their own half, and I think the ball's been turned over now, and it's a break down the blind side here. Scotland were unsighted there, and it's an easy stroll in for Maisie Goodmanson. Huge moment here with seconds remaining in the first half. Scotland on the attack, turned over, and Goodmanson exploits the unmarked blindside to stroll home and score. Conversion doesn't get there, but it's a 10-0 lead for Southwest over Scotland. No time for the restart, so 10-0 the scoreline at half-time. Southwest leading Scotland. The side in orange have played really well and haven't allowed Scotland really to put many phases together. In fact, I'm struggling to think of a time where Scotland have been in this half, the left-hand side of the pitch, but all that can change in the second half. We saw them drag themselves back against East Wales earlier on in the day. Don't write them off. Here, the final game of the morning, or the pool session, should I say, does include East Wales. It's East Wales against the Midlands. Coming up straight after this one, before we take another short break. Southwest then to restart this match. They lead Scotland by 10 points to 0 after the first half. The referee wanting to drag the play back though. And we'll have that restart again. Chantal Miel taking it for the side in orange. Who do 10-0 after that first period. Gathered by Nicola Howard now, who looks for the blind side and uses her strength to take 2 tacklers in, but just in touch there. And there'll be a Southwest line out midway between the 10-metre line and the Scotland 22. Well worked line out there by Southwest. Can they use it to their advantage? Miel gets it out now, and it's all the way out to Goodmanson, who's already got 1 try for the afternoon, and she might be in for a second. Look at the turn of pace there, and does well then to cut inside. Lisa Thompson, though, has her up and over the try line. I think she's been denied the score there. Brilliant defence from Scotland. Everything that is good about rugby there. Brilliant attacking play from Southwest, but the never say die defence of Scotland, and Thompson holding up the attacker as she went to dot the ball down, denies them the score that might have clinched the game. Five-metre scrum then to Southwest. Still a good platform to potentially score that 3rd try. Scotland scrum dominating so far today. Ball pops out, and Southwest can attack now with Goodmanson, who's flicked to the opposite side, and this time she's unmarked and can race home from close range to finish the try, and maybe, just maybe, finish this match as well. Conversion missed, which means the score stays at 15-0 to Southwest. High hanging kick from the restart, missed by the Scotland player, but well gathered by Melissa Scott. Given to Chloe Hannon, who drives into the tackler and wins another penalty for her side. This time Kirsty Reid will take it up and use her physicality. Dangerously close to the touchline, but does well to power back in field and set the ball back for Scotland. Taken up again by Scott. First real passage of play that Scotland have put phases together for a little while. Erin Watson just didn't have the position to get the ball back in play. It'll be a line out to Southwest with 3 minutes of the second half remaining. And maybe, just maybe, time is too far against Scotland now for them to get back into this game. That pre-worked line out move is a really nice one. Didn't quite go to hand there, but still Southwest have possession, and they've got Goodmanson out wide, who's looking for her hat-trick try. Now it's McNaney, sorry, out on that right wing. Keeps swapping over, and potentially an opportunity now for another Southwest try. Big handoff into the face of Erin Watson. Hope she's okay, but they're continuing. Fine offload, and the speed of McNaney spectacle to behold. Well played, Nikki Simpson trying to get back to prevent the try, but McNaney touches down. A 4th try for South West and potentially their best of the game. Good to see Erin Watson back on her feet there. Looks okay to play on, so she'll play a part for the final minute and a half here. Southwest leading by 20 points to 0 against Scotland. They're sending both sides pool stages. Of course, every side going through to the quarterfinals. At the moment, it looks as if Scotland will be heading into the quarterfinals, bottom of Pool B. They're yet to win a game. They drew, of course, dramatically with East Wales last time out. Lost yesterday to the Midlands, and potentially harsh circumstances, really conceding late on, despite dominating that one. But they have been dominated themselves here by Southwest this afternoon. The side in orange playing really well, shipping it to the wings when needs been. Some fine finishes. This time it's Vicky Laughlin who's looking to back her pace, and she's pinning her ears back. Covering tackle is coming from Nikki Simpson, who's tried it all day, really trying to make that covering tackle, but every time she's just not been able to get there because the speed is too much from these Southwest girls. They've, well, taught a lesson in getting the ball out wide and finishing, really. $25-0 to Southwest now. A few seconds left, potentially time for a restart, but this game well and truly decided. Another hanging restart by skipper Rowan White, and the captain has regathered the ball herself and looks to be streaking clear for another try here. Oh, a tackle with the hair. And the referee is awarding a penalty try for that. Rowan White, the Southwest captain, was streaking clear and would have gone in to score the try. She was tackled around the hair by the defender, so the referee going onto the post to award the penalty try. Not converted, but a strong statement from Southwest here. 30 points to 0 they've beaten Scotland, this following another strong performance this morning against the Midlands, and means they're in a good position heading into the quarterfinals, and well, they're a side to be feared now. Clinical display, some fantastic tries, and just looked just a little level above Scotland on this occasion. Scotland will come again in the quarterfinals, but for now it's the end of the afternoon session, or this early afternoon session for both sides. Southwest triumphing over Scotland by 30 points to 0. So the final game of this middle session here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games, the Saturday of Rugby Sevens competition at the Armitage Centre in South Manchester. Sees East Wales taking on the Midlands to conclude Pool B and indeed conclude the pool stages, heading into this afternoon's quarter-finals. East Wales then in the dark blue and orange shoulders, the Midlands in the light blue. And just a quick reminder of the pool situation heading into this one. South West currently top the pool with 2 wins and a defeat after that 30-0 win over Scotland. Scotland bottom of the pile, confirmed bottom now with 1 draw and 2 defeats. For East Wales, they sit on a win and a draw so far. The Midlands 1 win and a loss, so it's as simple as winner takes all here. Whoever wins this one will at least finish second. If East Wales win it, they will finish top. The Midlands will finish at least second, so it is an important one. Of course, with the way the quarterfinals work, it's a fantastic restart there from the Midlands, and gathered, I think it went backwards, and it did go backwards, so they will have an opportunity to attack early on here. Varley it is now, giving it out wide, and Varley's carried on with a wraparound and a big handoff here, and she might back herself for the corner here, the number 7. Has she got the pace to go all the way? She's brilliantly tackled back and then into touch, but an early warning sign there, fired by the Midlands player. Brilliant work from Varley, took the ball, passed it on, and then the wraparound and drove for the corner. Really strong work from the Midlands player, but no try this time round. Really good line it there from East Wales. Babillion it is who gets the ball now and carries on going. Doesn't give it up, gives it a really opportune moment. It's Emma Hennessy. We've seen her pace so often today, and she gives herself a bit of a run up and now opens it up a little bit. She's being well tracked here, but she might have the ability to get all the way. What a tap tackle that was. Listen to the noise from the Midlands supporters there. Chloe Andrews for the Midlands has somehow managed to get across and fling an arm, diving arm out, and brilliantly bring down Emma Hennessy, who has been the menace of so many sides so far in this competition. Brilliant play all round there. Midlands have it at the line, and it's Varley now. Behind the back from Atwood. Varley gets it back. She's been at the focal point of everything the Midlands have done so far this game, and now there's an opportunity on the blind side. And Varley's got it again, and a big handoff here. 3 tacklers in on her. She stays in field this time, and Brooke Clark gets it out now. Herring into midfield. Real intensity to this game early on. Both sides sensing how important it is. Laura Bezic now. And Andrews picks it up and blasts through the middle. Herring it is now. There's a bit of a gap. She's beaten Babillion for pace here, but the number 9 gets back brilliantly. Now it's offloaded, but it's passed forward. This game has been a masterclass in defending. Some brilliant try-saving tackles so far. We're 2 and a bit minutes in, and we're still pointless. Short break in play now. So just a reminder how the rest of the day will work here. We're going to have a half-hour break after this game. Again, go away to refresh your batteries, because it has been another breathless hour and a half of Rugby Sevens here at the Armitage Centre in South Manchester, so you can go where you can refresh your batteries. The players will go and refresh as well before gearing up for the quarterfinals. I suppose that really is when the drama really kicks in. Knockout rugby from here on in. So that will start just before 2 o'clock. We'll have all 4 quarterfinals. That will then set us up brilliantly for tomorrow, when we'll have the cup semis, the bowl semis, and both finals before the presentation. So we're still well into it at the moment. Still a lot of rugby to play. Some of it has already been breathless, this game in particular. Over halfway through this first half, and both sides have produced some fine rugby, but also some brilliant defence. And East Wales looking to break from deep now. Potentially an opportunity here with a small hole in the play, but Chloe Andrews, who's made some big tackles, or makes another one. Hennessy now. Strangely sort of seeing her more central in the pitch. Usually out wide. Sam Morris now using her strength to go through, but the ball dislodged in the tackle. Big hit again here. This physicality of this game trumps, I think, anything we've seen so far. Varley it is again, giving it out to Herring, who has possession. East Wales have it legally, apparently, on the floor. And now there's room blindside for Courtney Lewis to break into. She's well tackled. Babillion now. I'm struggling to get my breath. Can't imagine what it's like on the pitch, but there are numbers out right now for East Wales. It's Charlie Morgan, the captain, gives it to War, who cuts infield and then back out again. Hennessy. Is there room for her to get her pace up? If there is, then she'll go through. Varley can't make the tackle. And Hennessy's in again. Emma Hennessy has been racking up tries for fun in this tournament, and she's just got another. I think that could be the longest we've waited for a try in this tournament so far in a game, but that's no detriment to the game we've seen here, because it's been entertaining in its own way. Some brilliant defensive work, but finally the deadlock broken from Hennessy, and then the conversion slotted over as well for good measure. East Wales 7, Midlands 0, with 1:15 to play in this first half. Start well gathered as the Midlands look to hit back immediately. Varley, who has been a focal point of this game for the Midlands, gives it in field. And a brilliant footwork to get out of 2 tackles there, and then a lovely offload as well for Brooke Clark. She gets it away, but can't find the hands, and Sophie Wall now has it for East Wales. And just when the Midlands looked like they were building a passage again, the ball goes away from them, and Morgan can get it out now. Skipper has it back. Chloe Andrews, though, in for the tackle. She's been a tackling machine in this game, but there could be room for Morris. And now Courtney Lewis. So you can hear the Midland supporters from over here. Some huge tackles flying in here. This is really entertaining rugby sevens. It'll be the final passage of play before the half-time break. Can the Midlands hit back? Varley now. They've got room out wide, but they don't really have the support. Brooke Clark here. Has she got the pace? Can she back herself to go? She's really well shepherded there. Fantastic tackle from Emma Hennessy, and Sophie Ward's got it off the ground now. She's got Hennessy in support if she needs it. Instead, she holds on to the ball. But Emma Hennessy has it now. Off the ground there, well tackled by Clark. Gives it to Babillion, who might go clear for East Wales. And she goes in for the second try. The atmosphere has ratcheted up a notch in the last few minutes. East Wales stretched their lead. But I can tell you that this game has been fantastic entertainment. Both sides flying in to tackles and committing in attack. But as it is, East Wales are the only ones with anything to show from the first half. 2 tries, Emma Hennessy and India Babillion with the scores. Means the Welsh side lead 14 points to 0 at half-time. There's 7 minutes before the break in this afternoon session. And East Wales lead 12-0 heading into it. And the restart knocked forward there by Laura Bezic for the Midlands. And a strong start for East Wales. If they 14-0 they lead at the moment. Still a long way though, and still a lot of time for the Midlands to break back into it. But strong set piece there. Babyllion gets it out. What can they do with it in midfield? Lovely move. But it breaks down in the middle of the park. Referee said there was no advantage and he's brought it back for a penalty. Sam Morris taking a quick tap for Wales, and I don't think the Midlands defender was 10 metres, so there could be another one coming if they don't make anything of this. Sophie War stepping twice. Megan Varley making the tackle. Babyllion it is again, gives it out. Valerie Truslov, can she get in at the corner? She can't. More good defence by the Midlands. A raft of changes now for the side in light blue. Remember, it's roll on roll off replacements here, and I think they're making, I think I count 5 changes they're looking to make there. Get some fresh legs on the pitch. Potentially spark some life into their comeback. Currently 1 win and 1 defeat for the Midlands. That win coming yesterday, last gasp victory over Scotland, and then beaten by South West earlier today. Be hoping to end on a win, but at the moment it's not going that way. They trail 14-0 and they're being penned back into their 22. East Wales just going straight for the tap penalty, and it's Millie Williams who crashes over. Midlands defence just backing off, I think potentially waiting for the ball to be popped out, but instead Williams just burrowed in herself. And that may be that for this game. Still 4.5 minutes to play, but 19-0 with the conversion to come. Williams indeed will look to convert it herself. Good contact but drifts wide, so 19-0 it remains. But it's a long way back for the Midlands from here. Stop bouncer short, but it's brilliantly picked up. Although the East Wales attack up so quickly that it's turned over anyway. It's intense stuff from both sides here. Brilliantly turned over though for the Midlands by Laura Thomas on the floor in the scrum cap. And now they look to push it left. Brooke Clark looking to go through the middle. Katie Gregory into contact. One of the replacements coming on, and going through well, but East Wales, I think, have done enough to turn the ball over, and they have. The replacement, Chloe Andrews, coming back onto the field, and she's replacing Brooke Clark for the Midlands. Attacking chance though again for East Wales. A lovely running line. It looked as if the ball might have been lost in the contact. The referees say not, so East Wales play on with Babillion, who tries to snipe down the blind side. Lovely step. And a penalty one. Tapping and going East Wales. Babillion gets it again. She's played so well today. Is it caught? Truslove gets it now. It's Morris who steps inside 1 and 2 and still on her feet here. Midlands defensive line shattered. But the referee awards the penalty to the defensive side. So the Midlands looking to break from deep here. The ball just not going to hand for them though. Gregory puts it back. And a knock on from East Wales gives chance for a small breather. 2 minutes remaining in this match between East Wales and the Midlands, and it's East Wales who lead 19-0. Midlands with the put in. It's a messy scrum, and I think it might have been turned over here by East Wales, pushing through. And it's it's Maggie Lewis, should I say, who's looking to stretch to the line. She got there, pile of bodies piling on. They look to push anyway. And it results in another score. And East Wales are giving themselves some real momentum heading in to the quarterfinals later this afternoon. Not really sure who came up with the ball there, to be honest. So many people piled in on top. It was Maggie Lewis who took it to the line. Whether she got the touchdown, I'm not sure. But needless to say, it is another East Wales try, and they have looked really good today. So close to beating Scotland earlier, but were pegged back at the last. But have run a little bit away from the Midlands here today in this afternoon match. So this will be the final 30 seconds of this session then. Final Pool B clash before we get ready for the quarterfinals. Knocked on there for the Midlands by Sophie Hancock. So East Wales have another chance to attack. And when they have done that today, they've looked very clinical. Referee suggesting that the play wasn't offside, so play on, and the Midlands have the ball with Donaghy. Keeping it alive well here. East Wales defence very narrow, so if the Midlands could get it out, but look how they're throwing players in at the breakdown. And there's no time for the play to be reset. That is the full-time whistle. East Wales have won pretty comfortably here, 24 points to 0, so they head into the quarter-final stage on the crest of a wave. Puts them in a really strong position, unbeaten in the tournament so far, so they top Pool B. Of course, that draw earlier today, but they've bitten back, and they've bitten back hard here. The Midlands resilient in defence, particularly in that first half. Some fantastic tackling across the board, but they just weren't able to retain possession for long enough, and in the end, East Wales running out 24-0 winners over the Midlands. So that concludes the pool stages at the Rugby Sevens event at this year's Sainsbury's 2015 school games, but it's by no means over. We're really into the business end of things now. The knockout stages start later this afternoon. We'll see all of the quarter-final matches heading into tomorrow's later stages. So we're going to take a short break now, about 25 minutes, half an hour or so you can go recharge the batteries and get ready for this afternoon's games. When we're back, we'll run you through the format for the rest of the tournament and start with the first of the 4 quarter-finals here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens.
Good to see you all once again. Are you all refreshed and ready for 4 more days of some fantastic rugby sevens? I'd like to say. Looking very big more positive. You got some sleep? You got some sleep in the back row? Some not with eyes open, so I'm not too sure what's going on. But yes, have a look. I'm going to regrab this one and show you in case you know where the quarterfinal has been confirmed. First up is the North versus Scotland. Second is the Southwest versus Ireland. Third up is the Southwest versus Midlands. And finally, you'll know this, Wales West versus Wales East. So on the Wales, supporting Wales.
That'll be interesting.
So is everyone ready? I'll take you all and have a next wave, yeah? Oh, it's packed in already in the middle, good stuff. Okay, so we're going to start this end on kick. We're going to go all the way to the end, including you sat down the end, and we're going to do a bit of extra red, okay? Are we ready? So on my hand, here we go! Yay! Yeah, that's pretty good, that's pretty good. That's not bad at all, but I think we can do it a little bit better. So we're going to give it one more go. I want to see everyone on the feet, everyone make some noise when they get up. Sound good? Okay, so it's on you guys to start now. So on 3, 2, 1, away we go! Let's make some noise. also like saying,
do you know what? I just spoke to their coach. I went, listen, I love you anyway. But to be honest, we needed a trial game.
huge congratulations to John and Lee Fleckner on celebrating their 70th
So this is
wedding
perfect.
anniversary. In fine style at the school games at the Rugby Sevens.
Scotland versus North.
So a huge congratulations to you two, John and Lee, celebrating their 70th wedding anniversary. I'll tell you what, it could be worse than sitting in the sun watching the Rugby Sevens at the school games, couldn't it? Could be a lot worse. So it looks like teams are just about ready to make their way onto the field. So get yourselves ready for the quarterfinal. First up is North versus Scotland. Just quickly turning to run through these two squads. Starting with the North, Zach Ross, Zoe Hayward, 2, Paris Ross, 3, Kay Smith, 4, Tony Dalton, 5, Sam Jenkinson, 6, Jonathan Kirk, 7, Joel Wilcox, 8, Tony Young, 9, Laura Perry, 10, Holly Aitchison, 11, Rachel Dunn, 7, Captain Rachel Levy. And for Scotland, number 1, Marissa Scott, number 2, Nicola Hunt, number 3, Louise McGurn, the captain, number 4, Rachel Shanklin, 5, Stephanie Green, 6, Katie McKay, 7, Ellen Watson, 8, Katie Dixon, 9, Lisa Thompson, 10, Amy Watson, 11, Claire Griffiths, and 12,
Welcome back to the Rugby Sevens event here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. Hope that you're refreshed because, well, you're going to have to be. We've got a fantastic afternoon's worth of Rugby Sevens in store for you. 4 more games here live from the Armitage Centre in South Manchester. And now, well, it gets serious. We've seen all of the pool games. They're out of the way. Now it's down to the nitty-gritty. The knockout competition begins right now. We have all 4 quarterfinals coming up this afternoon. Remember the format working with all 4 quarterfinals play this afternoon, and then the 4 winning quarterfinalists play in the Cup tomorrow, and the 4 losing quarterfinalists in the Bowl. Up first in the very first of the 4 quarterfinals, we have North versus Scotland. The North of England take on Scotland. It's North, who of course won Pool A against Scotland, who finished bottom of Pool B. But don't let that fool you into anything. Scotland, of course, produced one of the performances of the day, coming back to draw with East Wales. So, well, it's going to be difficult to call any of these games now. It's knockout rugby, but get ready for this. So North against Scotland, the first of the 4 quarterfinals this afternoon, coming to you live from the Armitage Centre as part of the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. Holly Aitchison will get us underway for the North, playing in purple from right to left. Scotland in their usual dark blue with red. Playing from left to right. Aitchison underway then. Good restart out to the right. Lisa Thompson, who of course had such a devastating game against West Wales, making an impact straight away here against North, handing off 2 and getting her side out of the 22. Erin Watson now takes it up from the base of the ruck. Might have been turned over on the floor. Watson has it back, and the referee deciding that it was played on the ground by the Scottish player. So North can attack now. Or Wilcock cuts inside. Is Holly Aitchison, who away again. She loves that little ball. Brilliant offload for Imogen Curl, but she was looking for Wilcock, didn't find her, and instead it's found the hands of Kirsty Reid for Scotland. Offload comes maybe not the right time. Instead, Erin Watson has it now into the tackle. And the referee awarding a scrum down to the North. Scotland crossing accidentally. So the real attacking platform for the side in purple here. But this is the first of the 4 quarterfinals. The North finishing top of Pool A against Scotland, finished bottom of Pool B. We have South West against Ireland up next. Then the South East take on Midlands before the East versus West Wales clash. But Holly Aitchison here is lighting up this first quarter-final with the first try. She really has been one of the leading lights in the tournament so far. Holly Aitchison, the North number 10. And she adds the extras to her own try. Brilliant work, just waiting and waiting to see when the Scotland defence would commit, and then ghosting through the hole to go in challenged under the post. So North 7, Scotland 0, 2 minutes into the first half of this quarter-final. Still plenty of rugby sevens to come this afternoon. And I said it earlier, and it's happening again. The sun coming out just as the rugby gets back underway, as Charlie Wilcock gathers that brilliantly for North, and out back and hand offload, which had it come off would have been superb. Well, apparently the ball went backwards anyway, so they can play again. Aitchison with that lovely step, this time getting the ball out. It's lovely hands here just at the last moment as Curl was looking to offload to Captain Woozy. The ball goes to ground. But in the almost 3 minutes we've seen so far, the North proving why they were the table toppers in Pool A. Some stunning handling by the side in purple. Penalty for the Scots, offside from the North scrum half, and so an opportunity for Scotland to bite back in this game. They've yet to really enjoy much possession. And now the North have a penalty and then another 10 metres further forward. Aitchison again, wrapping round well. Where's the ball going to go this time? Kildunn looking to gather, but so was Amy Watson for Scotland. The North, their ball retention has been probably the best in the tournament, and that's a lovely ball out of the back of the hand. Aitchison gets it, and now there might be a run home here for Caris Marsh. In for the second score. Four and a half minutes into this, the first of the 4 quarterfinals, and the North are once again stamping their authority on the fixture. 14-0 they lead against Scotland. 2 fine tries from Aitchison and Marsh. Can Scotland bite back? They might be able to here. Kirsty Reid taking it from the restart. Won't have the pace to go all the way, but bursting in to the North territory, and an opportunity if they can recycle it. Very narrow at the moment. Still in with a shout here if they can find a score. Erin Watson it is now. Looking for Lisa Thompson, who scored the first hat-trick, only hat-trick to date of the tournament so far, earlier today. Nicola Howard now just couldn't keep the ball in her hand. But good response there from the Scots after a couple of early concessions. Kirsty Reid powering through the middle of the North defence and taking the ball well into the North territory, but as ever the side in purple have proven all weekend so far that they are a match for any opponent, and they win the penalty there. And Charlie Wilcock taps and goes. She's had a real say. Then Aitchison wrapping round well there, and Kildunn has it with a bit of room on this near side. She has the pace, she pins her ears back. Lisa Thompson went for the tackle. She did brilliantly well to get across, but Kildunn will go in and score. And a little bit of cheekiness as well at the end there to finish it. That was allowing the Scotland player to come in and then just dummying to make sure she could go in right under the posts. That takes a lot of confidence, but that's something that Ellie Kildun has in spades, certainly judging by how she's played today. Another try for her, another try for the North, and they stretch their lead by another 5 points, potentially another 7 if Aitchison can convert. She does, and that will be the final act of the first half. Half-time then in the first of the 4 quarter-finals here at the Rugby Sevens event at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games, and the North of England comfortably leading against Scotland 21 points to 0, showing why they were the best side in Pool A. And indeed the only side to have won every game so far. East Wales, who top Pool B, of course, drawing dramatically against the Scots earlier this afternoon. Quick reminder of the remaining quarter-finals after this one. We have South West against Ireland, so the side that finished second in Pool B against the side finished third in Pool A. We then have the South East, who take on the Midlands, and then up finally today, what a way to finish the Welsh derby, East Wales against West Wales. That's coming to you live from the Armitage Centre, the final game of today's play. And we're back to do it all again tomorrow with the semi-finals and the finals. We'll have all 4 semi-finals, both from the Cup and both from the Bowl, before the 2 finals. And then the presentations to round out the 3-day event here. Of course, a quick reminder that it's not just here at the Rugby Sevens where you can be watching some fantastic future athletes of this country. You can be watching hockey or fencing or athletics or swimming. So much on offer here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. Just a quick shout out there to the North's Eloise Hayward, who we can just see coming back off the pitch now on crutches, has got her right ankle in plaster. Hope looks in good spirits now. Wish her well, hopefully a quick recovery from whatever she did there earlier in today's play. Back to the action then, and Scotland have a bit of a mission on here if they're to get themselves back into contention to make it into the Cup semi-finals. But they've started strongly here. Brilliant restart from Thompson, and then Reid has gathered it. And now Captain Louise McMillan trying to go around the blind side. I think it's been turned over, it has, and Kildun has it now. But regathered in by Howard, and she might go all the way here. Nicola Howard, she's got the strength to hold it off, and she gives it to Captain McMillan, who is brilliantly tackled. Can she get the ball down? No. The referee awarding the penalty to the North. Not completely sure what for, potentially a double movement, it's hard to tell. And Aitchison goes for a very clever little kick behind. Kildun is racing onto it, and if she gets it here, she might go all the way. What a try that is! That is stunning work from Aitchison and Kildun. Aitchison gets the conversion again to cap off what is potentially the try of the day, certainly up there. And it was 2 of the North players who have shone throughout the tournament. Aitchison with the ball deep in her own 22, had the vision to grubber the ball through, and it was perfectly weighted for Ellie Kildun to run onto. Maybe Watson tracking back for Scotland, just couldn't quite make the tackle. That, of course, only seconds after Scotland looked like they'd got to try of their own. And potentially that is the game clinching moment. Lisa Thompson goes back to gather the ball and chips and chases herself. Can she gather here, the number 9? She's been brilliant all day, but just didn't bounce for her, although the referee don't think has seen the knock on. So they'll play on here. Taken into the tackle by Connie Griffiths. But the penalty given away, and the North can start again here Tyne Jenkinson. The ball goes back for Aitchinson now. That lovely step that she has, just holding the defender and then going. Wilcott gathers here. Can she get it out wide? Now she can, and it's out to Bella Young, who potentially has the legs to go all the way. Katie McKay trying to get across to cover in the corner, but Young's going to get there. North stretching the lead even further. They've made some statements so far in this tournament, but potentially this the biggest yet. Of course, this is the same Scotland side that drew with the table toppers of the other pool, and North saying, well, this is the quality we have. They lead 33-0. And they are heading through to the Cup semi-finals. Scotland will go into the Bowl semi-finals, unless in the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds Scotland can find 5 converted tries. Aitchinson with a brilliant strike from the touchline. Doesn't quite make it, but no discredit there. Fine strike. 33-0 then, with 3.5 minutes to go in this quarter-final. 3 more to come this afternoon, so don't you go away just yet. Plenty more action to come. And as I keep saying, the Rugby Sevens will be making its bow at the Rio Olympics next year, so get used to this sport. It's becoming more and more mainstream, the Sevens sport, and this is a perfect opportunity to get into it, both for the players and of course for supporters as well, of which we have plenty here today on that far side in the grandstand and on the slope, enjoying some fine rugby. Scotland with possession deep in their own 22, and trying to figure a way to get past what is a resolute and organised North defence. They've been organised in all they've done, to be fair, and then there have been the moments of creative magic which we've seen from the likes of Aitchinson and Kildon. But Scotland doing well here on the near side, keeping the ball in play, but then knocking on. The scrum will come in 15 metres from the touchline. Good push by the Scotland scrum, but Caris Marsh does well to pick, go blindside, then brings it back to the open side. Aitchinson sells a dummy, lovely lines running all over the shop here, and Aitchinson just about breaks through, gets it off to Tanya Donkin now, who looks to break through, and just as she goes for the final touch, the ball surely lost forward. Referee says not, and they'll keep going anyway, and Donkin will get a second bite at the cherry and will finish. Well, I always say play to the whistle. Tanya Donkin almost went through first, then Imogen Curl, and then Donkin was there to provide the finishing touches in the left corner. Aitchinson's conversion again just drifting wide, but that doesn't really affect the scoreline too much. The North leading 38 points to 0 against Scotland in this first quarter final with a minute left to play. The 2 sets of players from the southwest and Ireland will be champing at the bit now to get onto the field and get their knockout competition underway. Scotland just need to go through the motions here and try and get themselves on the scoreboard, as I'm sure their fans will be desperate for them to do before the end of this game. And that's brilliant from her, twice getting to her feet, but just as it looks like they're going to get away through an offload, the referee spots another knock-on. And a defeat in the quarterfinals does not mean an exit from the competition. The winners of the 4 quarterfinals head into the Cup competition tomorrow, so that there'll be 2 Cup semi-finals, and the losers of the quarterfinals head into the Bowl last 4. So Scotland will still be here tomorrow. They'll be in the Bowl. The North will be in the Cup, and you would think that they will be one of the favourites given this performance. Final passage of play here as the buzzer sounds. Big contact there from Kirsty Reid, making herself felt on Caris Marsh, but still North retain possession, something they're so impressive with, and Aitchinson has it again and hesitates and sends the ball out for the final try of the game. Tanya Donkin is over. A fine conversion from Holly Aitchison to round the game off. It's the biggest scoreline of the competition so far, and what a statement it is from the North in the first quarter-final. They win 45-0 against Scotland to sail through to the Cup semi-finals. Scotland will drop into the Bowl semi-finals, both played tomorrow, so look out for both of those sides. And Scotland, I don't think you can't judge them on that performance, given how they played earlier in the day. They'll be back better and stronger tomorrow, I'm sure, and they'll be challenging for a spot in the Bowl final. But for now, both sides can look back on their day's work, take a breather before tomorrow, and we'll take a breather before the second quarter-final. So let's move on to the second quarter-final here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens. Southwest take on Ireland. Southwest, who finished runners-up in Pool B against Ireland, who finished third in their pool. Quick run through the lineups. Southwest with the squad of Kat McNaney at 1, Vicky Laughlin 2, Chantel Miel 3, Brooke Bradley is 4, Maisie Goodmanson 5, Abby Dow 6, Anna Wolf 7, Rowan White the skipper is 8, Poppy Leach is 9, Millie Wallace 10, 11 is Hannah Luff, and Caris Cox is 12. For Ireland, Niamh Doran wears the 1 shirt, Molly Scuffle-Kame is 2, Robin Gleeson is 3, Sabrina Kennedy 4, Chloe Blackmore is 5, Vicky Graham 6, Kate English 7, Shannon Tollahay 8, Brittany Hogan 9, Amir Corrie is 10, Yvonne O'Shea 11, and 12 is Mairead Hopkins. Some big individual performances from players on both sides we've seen so far this tournament. Will there be an individual who can light up this quarter-final and secure their side a berth in the Cup semi-finals for tomorrow afternoon? Just see both sides lining up in the tunnel of the marquee just to the left of the glorious picture at the Armitage Centre. A reminder as well, we're not the only sport going on here in the south of Manchester. Just across from us we have the hockey, and at the Armitage Centre indoors the judo competition currently going ahead as well. So plenty of action purely here, but of course there are 9 venues across the city hosting events, so plenty to sink your teeth into to see potential future stars from across the disciplines. A reminder, some of the sports: fencing, tennis, wheelchair tennis, cycling, swimming, athletics. That list really is endless. And so is the quality on show. So both sides ready then to take to the field, and here they come. Ireland in their usual green and the Southwest in orange. And for both of these sides, this is when it gets serious. Ireland lined up then. They'll be playing from right to left in this first half. Southwest just going through their pre-game huddle and getting ready for battle. Cat McNady then will get us underway in the second of the 4 quarterfinals. Southwest against Ireland. That's a beautiful restart hanging in the air, and Blackmore can't take it, but it's gathered by Brittany Hogan for Ireland. Into midfield, out to Kate English and then to Ima Corrie. We've said in every game what an effect she's had, her speed, not being able to get up a full head of steam there, but still making hard yards over the gain line. Now they're bringing it from right to left and looking for the overlap. Well picked up by Mairead Hopkins, who gives a brilliant handoff and now might have the speed to go all the way. She's brilliantly tackled by 2 defenders, but gets the offload away to Robin Gleeson and then picked up well in the tackle by Molly Scuffilm-Cabe. Hopkins again, it's all Ireland in the opening exchanges here, which is exactly what they'll have wanted. Kate English looking for it, and then it's brilliantly intercepted by Abby Dow. Kicks it on with her feet from the breakdown. If she can gather and score, it's a super try. It's one of the more unique tries you'll see this weekend at the Rugby Sevens, but it was a fantastic score nonetheless. Ireland throwing the ball around in the early exchanges. But just as they looked to go from left to right, the ball went low. Abby Dow hacked it through from the intercept and had the pace and presence of mind to get there, wait for the ball to bounce up and dive over for the try. It was converted as well. So the Southwest leads 7 points to 0 after a minute and a half of action here. And McNaney will get us underway again following the conversion. Another brilliant hanging kick, this time knocked backwards by Gleeson. They can play out from the back. Scuffilm-Cabe gives it a nice step from Hogan. Or English, should I say. Kate English that was. Now the captain Blackmore gets it to Corrie, who needs a bit of room to build up speed, but once she does, she's nigh on unstoppable, and she's well stopped there by the Southwest defence on that far flank. But Blackmore has gathered in and retains possession, and she might be free here. Gets it off well. Molly Scuffilm-Cabe takes it up to deep inside the Southwest half. What can they do with it now? Bit of hesitance at the breakdown. Ireland still have a lot of players out wide, so if they can use it, it will be to devastating effect, but ill discipline at the breakdown, just at the worst time for the Irish. The defensive line up well, that's a lovely little move in behind. The pass coming in well, Hopkins will get back and tackle over the shoulder well. And a penalty to Ireland, just as it looked as if Southwest was streaking clear. It was a lovely set-piece move. Inside ball working to perfection, and Ireland not really sure what they're doing from that set-piece, and it might work here for Southwest. Again, a bit of confusion. Both sets of players trying some really attractive rugby here, but occasionally the ball just dropping to the floor as they search for what could be a decisive moment. Good line out from Southwest. See what they can do from this. Lovely behind the ball back to Rowan White, who gets the offload off to Chantal Miel. Rowan White gets it back. It's some really good rugby here, and a fantastic tackle from Blackmore on Hannah Wolf there. And it's a knock on and scrum down to Ireland. Brilliant in the contact there from the Ireland skipper, leading by example. And then we'll have the put-in. On their own 10-metre line, just inside. And it's knocked backwards. And South West have turned it over. Can they do so to devastating effect here? Rowan White asking for, and she has the possession. Blackmore again with the tackle, but it's really well recycled. And the gaps are opening now. Goodmanson's there if she can get it. She's having to run backwards now to escape the Ireland defence, but she's doing brilliantly. And there's an overlap here if they can make it count, but brilliant defensive work. Getting up there with Brittany Hogan. There still could be an overlap though, and it might be a second try for South West. Very, very well recycled there by the side in orange. Brilliant defence by Ireland, but they just had the presence of mind to keep the ball alive. And even when the 3-on-1 overlap went, they were able to eventually make their opponents pay. And they stretched the lead to 12-0 with a minute and a half of this first period remaining. The conversion dropping just short, but they'll be pleased with where they are at this stage. And so far, the quarterfinals going to form. The North beating Scotland, and South West, of course, who finished second in their pool, beating Ireland, who finished third in theirs. Still time left. There's plenty of time. In fact, a minute of the first half remaining, and then 7 minutes in the second half. Ball goes high. Restart bounces once, but gathered by Robin Gleeson. It's given now to Scuffham Cabe, who sells a lovely dummy. Nice line run as well by Sabrina Kennedy to con them into thinking they were going inside, but they're still in their 22 and still looking at how they can break clear, and the discipline of this South West defence is meaning they just can't get through. Still they recycle. Parade Hopkins now has it, and she's done brilliantly to break through that first tackle and the second one as well. Does she have the speed to get there? Brilliant tackling back, but the offload needs to come now. Blackmore gets it. Kennedy now gathers first real sign of intent from the Irish. And this will be the final passage of play. Can they make it pay out wide? It's Brittany Hogan. Does she have the speed to get there? Can she get past Rowan White, the defender? The ball, well, brilliantly taken from Molly Scuffle-Cave, and she's gone through for an absolute stunner. How important could that be at the end of this game? And what a score it was. Scuffle-Cave with the finishing touches, but 3 or 4 players can take some credit there. Hopkins with the initial break down this near touch line. Good support work. And it was, in the end, Scuffle-Cave who did brilliantly well. Hogan, of course, broke down the right. Scuffle-Cave somehow collecting and then dancing through. This could prove to be an important conversion as well. And brilliantly slotted from the skipper. Chloe Blackmore through the posts. And the half-time score between the South West and Ireland. At one point it looked like the South West might start to pull clear, but anything but. It's South West 12, Ireland 7 at the break. Second half about to get underway then here in this nip and tuck quarter-final between Pool B runners-up, the South West, and third place in Pool A, Ireland. Blackmore, the Irish captain, will get us back underway. There's only 5 points in it. Southwest 12, Ireland 7. And after a relatively one-sided first quarter-final, this one is anything but. Ireland right back into it, but gathered well by Rowan White from the restart, the Southwest captain. And looking to ship it out wide straight away. Nice inside ball, and McNaney with a lovely supporting line, and she's pinned her ears back. And she might have the pace to get there, but Sabrina Kennedy looks to be tracking her. Can she make the tackle? She can't. From the Southwest point of view, that is the perfect response at the start of this second half. They were pegged back by the Irish just before the break, and they wanted to try and reassert some dominance, and they've done just that. McNaney running that superb supporting line inside her own half, and then just letting her speed do the rest. 17-7 then. 6 minutes remaining of this second period, so more than enough time for Ireland to get themselves back into contention once again, as they have done so often in this tournament.
Sabrina, you've got to come up right. Right, move, shuffle right.
Restart taken nice and short and giving both sides a chance, but Blackmore's got it here for Ireland. The referee saw a knock on. Strong set piece there from the Southwest, and they go to the blind side, and it might work for them yet with Chantel Mial, who puts the boot through, but gets them some territory, nothing else, as Ireland are shepherded into touch. Another good line out there from Southwest, gives them an attacking platform on the edge of the 22, and captain Rowan White is pinning her ears back, brilliantly brought down by the other captain, Chloe Blackmore, but it's well offloaded, and Maisie Goodmanson is there to provide the finishing touches for another try. Hannah Wolf wayward with the conversion, but the scoreline now reading 22 points to 7 in favour of the Southwest, and they've flown out of the blocks at the start of this second half and potentially have slotted themselves into the second Cup semi-final berth alongside the North. But not if Ireland and Kate English have anything to say about it. She runs straight into the contact area. Out now to Sabrina Kennedy, who had a big hand in the try at the end of the first half. Lovely step, and she's going herself now, looking for the corner. Can the Irish player get there? She's not got too much support. She does have support from Niamh Doran. But the Southwest have turned it over at the breakdown now. Hacked clear, but only as far as English, over her head. And Brittany Hogan has it now. Now it's Yvonne O'Shea. Can she find some room out wide? Again, it's well defended. Hogan again. English again, who's had a big hand in this move. Hogan again. Blackmore. Ball retention is good. It's out to Kennedy, who started it all off. There's still some support. Blackmore gets it out to Niamh Doran, who should get through for a try. She's finished it. Game not over yet. 22-12. Diversion drifts wide, so the 10-point deficit remains. The Southwest 22, Ireland 12 in the second of the quarterfinals here. We'll have a small stoppage in play here. The clock is stopped. A Southwest player on the far side of the field down injured, and obviously needs all the care and attention taken, so the referee rightly stopping play, and of course player welfare always the most important thing in any sport. So both sets of players, I think, will just sort of gather in and allow the care to be taken for the injured player, and the rest of the sides just making sure they'll stay warm and they'll reflect on what's happened so far. 2.5 minutes remaining of the second half here. Almost every side desperate to try and break into the cup semi-finals, giving them a chance at the ultimate prize, which would be to win the Rugby Sevens Cup. But of course the way this format works is that both sides, not all sides, have an opportunity to win silverware even if they can't get through to the cup. A bowl available to them. Losing quarter-finalists will go into the bowl semi-finals. A reminder that those semi-finals will all be played tomorrow, followed by both finals. We'll be bringing you every single one of those matches live here on the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games live stream. So make sure you're back tomorrow, but there's still plenty more drama, I'm sure, to unfold today. 10 points in it, as I mentioned, 22 points to 12 between Southwest and Ireland. A small stoppage in play at the moment for a Southwest player, just to be cared for here, making sure that all the necessary precautions are taken. Of course, in rugby, always very important that every precaution is taken. So the Southwest player has just been taken off the field on a stretcher, hoping of course that it's just precautionary. As I mentioned, have to be so careful with any head or back or neck injuries in rugby. We wish her all the best. She will of course receive the best attention at the side of the pitch, and we wish her a speedy recovery. The game is back underway, and a big tackle there as Southwest try and break from deep, knocked on, and Ireland will have the put in. There is just enough time for the Irish to get back into this game. 22-12 the scoreline at the moment, 2 minutes to play. But if they are to get back into the game, they can't waste any opportunities now. Put into the scrum halfway between the Southwest 10 metre line and 22 metre line. And Southwest turn it over brilliantly at the scrum, but the Ireland still retain possession, and Chloe Blackmore out to Sabrina Kennedy, shipped on again to Vicky Graham, who can't get round the tackle but does retain possession. No, she doesn't. It's turned over brilliantly on the ground. Fantastic breakdown work and some lovely offloads, and Southwest might be streaking clear to win the match. And then it's hacked on again if this ball stays in play. Brilliant pickup. Can't quite stretch for the line. The offload comes and it's lost in the tackle. We were inches away from another superb and innovative score there. I think it was Abby Dow again using her feet. Of course, did it for a try in the first half, almost for one there in the second, but the ball went begging. I think we can safely say, though, that Southwest have wrapped it up anyhow. There's 45 seconds remaining. They lead 22 points to 12. Ireland will have to put into the scrum, but they need a score immediately if they are to have any hopes of making it into the Cup semi-finals. So Blackmore looking for Kennedy, and again it's off the boot and bounces off the post, and Molly Scuffham-Cabe is tackled in her own try area, gets clear just outside now, but under intense pressure. If Southwest can turn it over, they'll score. If Ireland can keep it, they've got players over. Time is now up, but Ireland will have one more chance to increase their score. English gives it to Scuffham-Cabe, to Kennedy, to Blackmore. Defence up well, but they might have a player over here, and it goes to Hopkins, looking to back her pace and using her strength as well. She's brilliantly brought down though, offloads well to keep the ball alive. Up to the 10 metre line now. Vicky Laughlin it was who made that fantastic tackle, but Ireland doing really well to keep it alive. Kennedy now running infield. And is there one more chance for English to offload? She does so well. Now, has Molly Scuffham-Cabe got the pace to beat her down the right side? She looks like she might be streaking clear. Has she got the legs left yet? Stops and then goes again. But she's eventually brought down by Poppy Leach. Leach getting over the ball, try and turn it over. Have Ireland retained possession? They've not. The ball is hacked out, and the Southwest have confirmed their place in the Cup semi-finals. A really entertaining game yet again. Some superb scores, a lot of players out on their feet. That was a really tiring one, but the Southwest have earned themselves a spot in the last four of the Cup. They're running out 22-12 winners over Ireland. Another fantastic advert for Rugby Sevens. So they'll go into the Cup semi-finals. For Ireland, it's a spot in the Bowl semi-finals. Of course, all of them being played tomorrow. 22-12 to the Southwest. And as the players congratulate each other, shake hands. Quick word, of course, for the Southwest player who was taken off the pitch just earlier in the second half. Mentioned earlier, we wish her well and a speedy recovery. Southwest O victors, 22 points to 12. Ready then for the third of the four quarterfinals this afternoon in the Rugby Sevens tournament here at the 2015 Sainsbury's School Games. The Midlands taking on South East. South East runners-up in Pool A against Midlands, who came third in their pool, Pool B. South East playing from right to left in the yellow. Chloe Andrews cutting in field then for the Midlands. Scrum in the centre of the park then. Really powerful scrum as we've seen all weekend from the South East, but Midlands retain possession, looking for a good running line from Brooke Clark. The ball goes to ground and it's gathered up by the side in yellow. Harrison now out to Boo Adams. Fallen on by Eleanor Perry well, and now they want the ball out, but Harrison, I think, or just Breach it was, who was potentially passing the ball before she'd even got it and knocked on in the process. Now it's Katie Gregory for the Midlands. Nice inside ball to Lucy Atwood there. Offloads well to Laura Thomas, and support line now from Gregory again. This is brilliant, and then Atwood again. Superb ball retention by the Midlands here. Really successful passage of play, but the ball's gone loose now to Morgan Freeman, and turnover again. And Andrews now. Proved her physicality, a couple of huge tackles in the game earlier against East Wales. But there might be an opportunity out wide here for Brooke Clark now. The ball went to ground but was gathered up. Some really good offloads coming from both sides here. The South East defence holds for now. Laura Thomas looking through the middle. Does she have support? Offloads again, this time to Ellie Turner. Gives it to Andrews, looks for the Hollywood ball out wide. But it's knocked on in the tackle by the South East player, so there'll be an attacking scrum for the Midlands. And they're looking to put down an early statement. Really, really good offload. So the Midlands looking to be the first side to, as you say, upset the rankings, I suppose, and get into the Cup semi-finals. Be the lower ranked side to win their quarter-final. Two higher ranked sides have prevailed so far. Katie Gregory has seen a loss of the ball, as has Andrews here. Hitting to look for the run. Pass just misplaced and gathered by Harrison for the South East. And against the run of play, it's the Yellows who are going to take the lead. Harrison in under the posts. Opportunism from the number 10 there. Midlands were building and building and building the pressure. One pass went to ground. Harrison with a brilliant pickup and raced away to finish under the posts. No messing with the conversion either. 7-0 with 3 minutes of the first half remaining. Harrison with the restart, gathered well by Andrews, who looks to go down the blind side. Offloads well to Gregory, to Atwood, should I say. The pass again going to ground. Again, it's well picked up by South East, and they might have an opportunity here. Jess Breach has the pace to go clear. And the Midlands have just wilted in the last minute or so, and two opportunistic scores have given South East control here. They lead 12-0. Neither try really has been of South East making. It's more been Midlands just forcing the play and seeing the ball go to ground. Good restart from Harrison, really well covered by Atwood, who gives it on to Turner. Back to Atwood. And now they look to go forward. There's a bit of a gap in the defensive line, but the referee spots a forward pass. Brew Adams puts into the scrum then. South East have dominated in the set piece, and lovely pick up from Harrison there. What can she do with it? Gives it to Breach. Freeman gives it out to Rosie Galligan, who's got the legs to get in for another. All of a sudden, South East are streaking clear here. They lead 19 points to 0 over the Midlands. 3 tries in the space of about 3 minutes. I mean, Midlands have to really force it if they're to get back into this one and make their way into the Cup semi-finals. Fighting for the ball on the ground there. Brought out by Ellie Turner. Thomas now, ball lost in contact again, and can South East are going to capitalise again. Jess Breach grabs her second of the game. And the South East have their 4th in under the posts to stretch the lead further. And the final act of the half, we'll see Zoe Harrison kick for goal. Solid conversion, 26-0 then at half-time to South East. Not really sure how it's got like that. 3 minutes or so into the half, and it was the Midlands who'd dominated the opening exchanges. Played some good stuff. Couldn't quite find the finishing touches. Then Harrison sparked a brilliant counter-attack and broke clear to score. And since then it's been one-way traffic. The Midlands penned back into their own half, and South East have wandered through for a few fantastic tries. It's 26-0 at the break, and it looks as if at the moment South East are heading into the Cup semi-finals. Midlands will get us back underway in this 3rd quarter-final. Are they able to spark what would be a stunning comeback here? Or at least give themselves some momentum heading into tomorrow's bowl semi-finals. Lovely offload there. A couple of good offloads, and now it's Eleanor Perry. Does she have the pace to get away? No, it was Sophie Tandy. My apologies, Tandy making the break, but touchline there, acting as the 8th defender for the Midlands, and a line out it will be. Few changes for the Midlands here. Megan Varley and Laura Bezic, two of the blue-shirted players to come onto the field to try and create something for the Midlands, who've not necessarily got into gear today after a fantastic victory over Scotland yesterday. But tough fixture this one though. The South East look really good in the pool stages. A lot of fine performances, players stepping up to the plate when they've needed to, and in the end of that first half they did, scoring I think 3 tries in about 2 minutes that really ended this game as a fixture. Looked like a legal turnover. Referee disagrees there. Midland supporters not pleased with it. There are a lot of them here, and it's going to end in another try for the South East. No, it's not. Forward pass. That will nip that one in the bud. 2 minutes into the second half, still South East to lead 26 points to 0. And if you were planning on leaving early, please make sure you don't. One game left after this one, and it should be an absolute cracker. The Welsh derby, East Wales against West Wales. East who finished top of their pool against West Wales, who somehow lost all 3 of their games in Pool A, despite looking really good for much of the tournament. That should be a cracker. Comes straight after this one. The South East look to stretch their lead more. It's got out to Tandy here, who steps inside and then looks for the offload out, and it does eventually find Tara Bricknell, but again the ball has just travelled forward. Not quite the clinical finishing that we saw in the first half from the side in yellow so far in this period, but they won't be too worried given the 26-point lead they have at this stage. Midlands attack from deep again. Varley, nice little interchange there with Lucy Atwood, who's been a big figure in this game for the Midlands. And now we're seeing if she can streak clear down this far touchline. There's one defender who can stop her from the score. She's backing herself. I think she's going to go all the way. But the tackler coming back, and it get there. Try time. Another fine effort here. We've seen some brilliant length of the field scores today, and that was another one. And there's a lot of support for that, and a brilliant conversion as well. And the Midlands giving themselves a shot here. Sophie Hancock it was, the number 9, who streaked clear for that one. Almost caught by Jess Breach, but she had the legs just to get her over. 26 points to 7 the score now in the favour of South East. It will take some collapse from here for them not to win, but the Midlands have given themselves a shot. Another forward pass. Referee's been very strict on them today, but fair enough. And an attacking scrum for the Midlands. 2.5 minutes remaining. Can they just put the fright into the South East? Another try might just do that. South East have dominated at the set piece. Can they dislodge this scrum? It's well played by the side in blue to get the ball back. And Atwood, who's, as I mentioned, been so impressive in this game, dancing down the blind side, then offloading, and a really good handoff there. And she might go all the way here. Well, is there time? Fantastic score. The Midlands celebrating like they level. And there's some real self-belief now for the blue players. Rhiannon Donaghy, the try scorer there. She found some pace in the final 10 metres or so. Good step and good handoff. Conversion dropped short. A minute and a half remaining. It's 26 points to 12 to the South East. That might just still be too much of a lead for the Midlands to peg them back, but boy, they've given it a real shot in this second half. Restart won't go 10 metres. And maybe that is the final pertinent act in this game. Harrison taps and goes for South East. We've not seen a lot of ball in the second half, and Rosie Galligan, interestingly, tries to chip that one over and go clear. It's well gathered, though, by Clark for the Midlands, and she shows a good turn of pace there to go through past a couple of tacklers, well offloaded. And now it's hacked through again. It's a foot race now. South East covering back well. It was Brander who got there, but she sets the ball back. And a penalty it's going to be now. The Midlands go with Herring. There might not be enough time for them to get 2 scores, but another score would give them a real confidence boost going into the bowl semi-finals. It's not going to be, though, by the looks of things. Not forward. Scrum down then, and South East have it and look to hack it out of play, and it does eventually roll there. Risky tactics, but a victory nonetheless for the South East, and they were well worth it. It was a dominant period of play at the end of the first half that's seen them through 4 tries in the space of about 4 minutes, doing for them. The Midlands fought back valiantly in that second half, but just had given themselves too much to do. So it's the South East who progressed to the Cup semi-finals by 26 points to 12. The Midlands will head into the bowl semi-finals. As we mentioned, both games you'll be able to see live tomorrow on the stream. Another great game, but South East have prevailed 26 points to 12. $11 down, 1 to go then. We've reached the final game on a jam-packed Saturday of action here at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games Rugby Sevens tournament. And what a way to bow out on day 2 of the competition. It's the Welsh derby, East Wales against West Wales. East Wales, the victors in Pool B with 2 wins and a draw. West Wales, 3 defeats in Pool A. Means the 2 sides clash. The victors, of course, will head into the Cup semi-finals tomorrow, the losers into the Bowl semi-finals, but you feel that as much as anything, this is about pride between the 2 Welsh sides. Reminder of the 2 teams. For East Wales, Emma Hennessy wears 1, Sophie Ward 2, Millie Williams 3, Mother Setchfield 4, Courtney Lewis 5, Eve Jones 6, Maggie Lewis 7, Claire Morgan 8, India Babillion 9, Larry Truslove is 10, Fionn Pinch is 11, and Sam Morris 12. For West Wales, Katie Thicker 1, 2 Megan Whittaker, 3 Carly Jones, 4 Kaylee Powell, 5 Delyn Alcock, 6 Megan Beach, 7 Gwen Crabb, 8 Bethan Lewis, 9 Caris Lloyd, 10 Beth Lewis, 11 Bethan Jones, and 12 the skipper Ailish Butchers. These two sides have been involved in some really good games across this tournament so far. East Wales in potentially the game in the tournament, the 26-all draw against Scotland earlier this morning. But none of that matters now. It's pure knockout rugby. One can go through to the cup semis, one will go into the bowl. Katie Powell gets us underway then for West Wales. Brilliantly gathered, is it? No, not backwards though, says the referee. Well, taken over ahead there by Sophie War. This was spreading it to the blind side from position in the centre of the field, but Billion it is. Now looking to bring it back to this side. War again. But Katie Powell might have stolen this one as she ripped it in the tackle. She's done brilliantly, whether or not she has, but War is the one who has it, and now it's brought back. It was knocked on by the Reds. So East Wales have the advantage. Lovely ball recycling here. And now there might be an opportunity for a break down this near touchline. One defender to beat. Can she pin her ears back? She can. And Emma Hennessy, who was impressed throughout the tournament for scores like that, picks up yet another. The simple rule with Emma Hennessy, just don't give her that room out wide. It's so hard on a sevens, in a game of sevens, not to. There's always going to be gaps somewhere. And Emma Hennessy just looks for the gaps out wide, backs her speed, and it pays off once again. And East Wales get first blood in this game. Conversion from Millie Williams is good as well. So 7-0 they lead after the first minute and 20 seconds. It's a marathon, not a sprint, this sport, of course, but sprinting certainly does help. East Wales and North, the only two sides yet to lose in this year's competition, and the side in blue, I'm sure, will be desperate to keep that record going. West Wales still looking for their first win. Wouldn't they love an opportunity to get it against their compatriots? Bethan Lewis then. Taps and goes. Captain Butcher's looking to break down the blind side, but East Wales snaffle her up. She stays on her feet, retains possession. She get it back. Can. Lewis again. To Beth Lewis. Breaks a tackle or two and streaks over the gain line really well there, but it might have been turned over. It isn't. Katie Powell gathers it. Beth Lewis now. She's got support here from Carly Jones. Has Jones got the pace, all the power to get clear? She hasn't, but she offloads well to Bethan Lewis, who's brilliantly tackled by Morgan, the skipper for East Wales. Really feisty encounter so far. Beth Lewis now, an advantage being played, offloads to Katie Powell, who steps well. Beth Lewis over, and the referee is going to go back for a penalty advantage for offside. No real urgency yet for West Wales to take this. Captain Ailish Butchers, though, will tap and go. Gives it to Bethan Lewis, who's been involved a lot. Scissor move with Butchers again. Just waiting for the East Wales defenders to commit. They didn't, but it's brilliant footwork there from Katie Thicker to just snipe through a hole. Now Butchers gets it again. She's been so busy in this game, and she's still going. Butchers, can she find the ball to Jones? If she can, it's a try, and it is. Powell can't convert, so it's 7-5 to East Wales, but a brilliant way to strike back there from the side in red. Ailish Butcher's playing a huge role, and Carly Jones gathering the ball well and finishing 7-5 then, with 3 minutes of this first half remaining. You always thought that this one would be close despite the contrasting fortunes in the pool stages. So far that's how it's proved. Powell sends a restart high into the sky, well gathered though. Hennessy again looking to find some room. She knows that if she can step, she can get away, but this time well defended. But Billions in support though. Stepping once and breaking through the first tackle. Offload goes forward. Katie Powell gathers for West Wales and is swallowed up by 2 defenders, but the referee heading back for the scrum. And a chance for West Wales to attack from just inside their own half. Ball's flicked out and really well done there from Powell. But in midfield, it goes to ground. Solid scrum from East Wales, gives them a good platform to attack on, and that's Millie Williams who's looking to break through, gets it off to Morgan, the captain. Room out wide if it can come. Referee says it went backwards, and so there's still room here, but that definitely went forwards. But now there might be a chance for West Wales here. Looking to street clear there is Beth Lewis, gets it off to Ailish Butchers, the skipper, who cuts inside instead of looking out wide for the support of Dellen Alcock, and then Butchers tries to get back to her feet when she's held. Babillion now with a quick tap. And this game is breathless. Following up well though, there's room out wide. They come left instead, it's Sam Morris who takes it in. Morgan to Babillion. The West Wales defensive line holding strong. Now they shift it right again. War, Hennessy in support. 2 tacklers get War, and then they give it to Hennessy, and if she can use her speed, then nobody will stop her. Pins her ears back. Powell tries to make the tackle, can't get there though. So East Wales strike right on the half-time break. Hugely important that try could be. West Wales almost, of course, going up the other end themselves. Ailish Butcher's doing well, but then getting caught in the tackle, giving away the penalty. So there is the half-time whistle. 12 points to 5, East Wales lead against West Wales in the final quarter-final today here at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. But it is on a knife edge, and both sides have proved that they can score clinically on the counter-attack. This one could well go to the wire. Don't go anywhere. Be back in a second. So the final 7 minutes of action here on day 2 of the Rugby Sevens at the Sainsbury's 2015 school games. It's been a fantastic day from start to finish. This is the 12th of the 12 games on show. Not a single one has disappointed. This one could yet prove to be one of the best if West Wales can find a way back into it. They trail 12-5 at the moment, but they're looking to get straight back in at the start of this second half. Lovely offloading. Thicker gets it and gets it away to Bethan Jones, who gives it now to Carly Jones. She's scored one. She's going to add a second to her tally. Second of the game for Jones, second of the game for West Wales, fourth of the game overall, and it's 12-10 with a conversion to come, a tough conversion to be fair, from virtually the touchline here for Katie Powell. It takes some strike to get her side level. That is not a bad effort, holding up slightly in the wind and drops short. So 12-10 it remains, East Wales leading West Wales by 2 points, but still just over 5.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time for drama to unfold here. Remember, the winners of this game will head into the Cup semi-finals tomorrow, the losers into the bowl competition. Millie Williams knocking on from the restart, so West Wales will look to just build on the momentum they've built up with that try from Jones. Howe pops it up well here, and Jones picks it up on the wing. Support lines being run. And pinning her ears back here is Thicker, as she got the support she has. And it's well gathered actually on the rebound from Alcock. And they recycle the ball. Jones again, she's at the centre of everything. Bethan Lewis now to Butcher's the captain. There's room out right if they can ship it. Pickup needs to come, and it's Powell, it's just behind her. Still West Wales have the ball. Bethan Lewis now looks for the support from Butchers and from Powell. It's coming together on the floor, and the referee rightly stops play. Four minutes remaining here in the fourth of the four quarterfinals. East Wales 12, West Wales 10 at the moment. Just making sure there that East Wales number 2, Sophie Waugh's okay. Just worth bearing in mind at the moment that East Wales unbeaten so far in the competition, 2 wins and a draw in their 3 pool games. For West Wales, it was 3 defeats from 3. So were they to complete the turnaround and win here, it would be somewhat of a shock results-wise, at least, if nothing else. Of course, rugby certainly not played on paper, but if it was, you would have maybe not seen what may happen here. Of course, East Wales still leading, but only by 2 points. It's looking like it could be a dramatic finish. Katie Powell then will put into the scrum here, deep inside the East Wales 22. Sophie Waugh looks as if she is okay. She will come off the field. Can Powell flick it up from the scrum? Instead she gathers it herself and stays well on her feet. Offloads to Bethan Lewis, as Lewis got the pace to get away down the blind side. Very narrow at the moment, both sides. Butchers will look to shift it this way, and Carly Jones and Katie Thicker now. Has she got the pace to go around the outside? I think she has. Thicker for the line for the lead. 3 minutes left. West Wales take the lead for the first time in the game. Katie Thicker just having the speed to get over the line and score. It's another difficult conversion attempt for Powell. Could be important. It's not a bad strike again, but this time drifting left of the post. So West Wales 15, East Wales 12 with 2.5 minutes to go. Always felt that this one could be a dramatic one, and it looks as if that's the way it's going. Morris gathers from the restart. Martha Setchfield has it now, then she gives it out. And Hennessy, so often the game changer for East Wales. Didn't have the rune this time, but still they have possession, the Blues. Lewis takes it to ground. Setchfield again. Captain Morgan. And now Truslove in midfield. And the referee pulling it back for an offside penalty. The West Wales defensive line getting back into position quickly. They know the danger that East Wales pose on the counter-attack. But instead they just take a second, potentially a pre-planned move. Pavilion then, running where there is not a lot of support. And how's she going to get this one back? West Wales straight over the ball, and they win the penalty. Going from left to right then, West Wales knowing another try could be a clincher. Bringing it back to the wing, and they've not got too much support, but they do have Gwen Crabb here. Pausing for a second, waiting for Morris to commit, and it's good defence by the 12, looking to hold the ball up. Can they get it to ground? It looks as if it might have been stolen here, and if it doesn't come back, East Wales win the put-in. Less than a minute to go. We may have one play left. Pavilion will put into the scrum. It is a winner-takes-all passage here. West Wales lead 15 points to 12. Can East Wales snatch it at the death? Won by East Wales. Pavilion gets it out. It goes to the captain. And now to Hennessy. Can she change the game in the final moment? The ball bounces out and Bethan Lewis chases and picks it up, and if she goes clear, it'll be game over. They could just kick it out anyway, but it's turned over legally by East Wales. Can they get possession back? West Wales have it. They just need to get it off the pitch here. Not sure whether they know time is up. But still they push. They're looking for a try to finish it, and it's going to be Powell to get it. And West Wales complete a stunning turnaround here. Handshakes all round. A conversion missed, but it doesn't matter. East Wales and West Wales coming together as one at the end there with the handshakes, but only one can win, and in the end it was West Wales. What a time to pick up your first win of the tournament. 3 defeats from 3 in the pool. They were behind for much of this game, but they were resilient to the end, and they dominated that second half. Some brilliant play. Carly Jones with a pair of tries. Katie Thicker with the all-decisive one, and then Katie Powell going over at the death to end it all. So West Wales progress to the Cup semi-finals. East Wales, table-topping Pool B, go into the Bowl semi-finals tomorrow. So that's it for today's action here from the Rugby Sevens at the Sainsbury's 2015 School Games. What a day it's been. Some superb action, and what a way to end there. A dramatic Welsh derby. We'll be back again tomorrow afternoon for the culmination of the tournament. Both cup semi-finals, both bowl semi-finals, and then both finals before the presentation to round it off. It's been a brilliant day's rugby here. I'm sure tomorrow will be even better, so make sure to join us again. But for now, it's goodbye.